human? Am I alone? Do I belong here? They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say to me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void. It makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between between. Tell me when you love.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1. We had a great opener just yesterday, but we're starting off with even more matches and actually having 2 matches to continue out on this Monday afternoon into our late night. We're hoping to see another great series like we did in that prior one, maybe even get to see all 3 maps come into fruition. But our first one to start off tonight will be Utah facing off against West Virginia, a really big testament, really, to what these 2 teams are trying to bring to the table coming into the split here, Dallas.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, talking about Utah and what they've done over the course of the past semester wasn't really much in terms of the results, but in terms of the promise and the potential they had there. I mean, there's a lot to work with here. I think in terms of what their team has, just on an individual level, they look fantastic. They got a lot of shots running there. They have lots of players who can really step up to the plate. Issue is, it seems like they're all trying to bat at the same time. And, well, at that point, if they all miss because they're kind of all over the place, things start looking a little bit ugly. But West Virginia, definitely new beginnings here. Stepping out, A77 towards the end of that last semester, stepping in looking phenomenal. So I'm excited to see what they can do for this one.
Yeah, keep in mind, they do have a new player coming in for this West Virginia roster. I actually believe it was Inox who graduated, right? So you have a new player stepping in. And this is why you have this little gray thing off to the side here for one player where they've kind of been zoned out. So kind of this narrative we've been trying to work with here is this is a redemption split for Utah in the attempt to try to make a recovery after last split. But at the same time, it's this adjustment period for the side of West Virginia. So it's revision where we don't think Utah needs to make any really big roster changes. It felt like they themselves were the issue throughout the entire last split. So a revision versus replacement idea for West Virginia to try to find the right person to kind of fill in that slot and that personnel that truly will be a noticeable absence for that roster with how good they were locking in for not just this team last split, but for quite a while now. I mean, they placed and they got first place at all VAL South the semester before, right? This is a team that has history. This is a team that has accolades, that has done it against some of the best and continues to do so. And now they're losing a core piece, and the rest of your team, I think the 3 out of the 5 or maybe 4 out of the 5 are like close to graduating as well. So you're going to have to make a lot of really big changes soon. So this is a preparation phase for West Virginia to try to lock things in and get that big final win before maybe not being able to have the chance to do so without getting a fresh roster with flesh blood onto that team.
Yeah, and I think this is also hopefully going to be a bit of a redemption arc here from the likes of Utah. Not really having much of a showing last semester, not really able to squeak out that win that they really wanted there by the end of the semester, and things just weren't looking all that hot for them. So seeing, obviously, the way the kind of bottom of the barrel worked, knowing that we had those 2 teams eliminated, being Ohio State and Utah, you don't really want to be in that bracket anymore. Obviously, playoffs here are going to be a lot more lenient, not really in those elimination sectors, but still you want to be more towards the middle of the pack because you want to give yourself that leniency as the games go along. along, or even just set the standard for where you ended last semester, if it's low enough, to kind of go ahead and reach beyond that. And we talked about what this team can do. We talked about the capabilities of it. And in New West Virginia, while it's going to be a difficult opponent, it's still kind of a new game, new beginnings for them to really kind of maybe get that ball rolling, get that engine revving a little bit, and maybe at least just find themselves something of like a surprise throw in there for the first game to maybe kind of take people off and squeak out 1-4.
So we talked a little bit about who's going to step up to the plate, so the individuals that you're really looking towards. Obviously, we want to see the new players that are stepping in, or the new player, I should say, for West Virginia to be capable of doing so. But really, let's kind of focus for a moment here over for the Utah side instead. You're looking at really important pieces of their team, like Superman and KOS, who unfortunately, as of today, are subbing out for this series. They will not be there, so you're looking more towards that rest of the roster. And one of the players we've always kind of looked towards was that on stage, was kind of having that senior presence and having the capability to do so. With him gone and having a younger blood into the team stepping in, that being, I believe that's Lawlet is the player who's stepping in specifically for Superman as their duelist choice. It's going to have this new experience, this younger player stepping into a role where it's built and driven around this Utah duelist position. Yes, their Sentinel's really good. Yes, they've always had good initiation power, but so much of that's been driven off the pure wow factor of what their duelist is capable of, and it falls apart with the utility around, and that's really where we've seen Utah kind of struggle to get over themselves in that hump, as we've talked about before, for this roster, that being their biggest factor for their failures. So maybe this new blood could be a great way for them to realize, hey, not everyone will move the same way. If we use our utility in the same strict positions, then we'll find failures after failures. We need to start to make big adjustments. And I think a team like West Virginia is really the team to do that with, but you're going to have to do that with, I believe, Tempest, who is subbing in, and this is a player that you've had on your team before. They've been subbing in for them as well. So mix of the old, mix of the new in for Utah. Hopefully this is the right adjustment, but a lot of it is also going to really affect what maps we're going into.
Right. I mean, the maps also are going to be different in their own right. Knowing the rotations looking different than what we had during the prior split, better yet. Seeing how things are going to go here. I mean, there's not really anything too crazy. It's maps that we've seen for the most part. The only thing kind of being Breeze, being brought back in, reworked. Everything else is already maps that has existed. Doesn't have too many adjustments. I mean, Haven, obviously, say that little kind of middle screen there that's reinforced towards that B window. Just small little tidbits here and there. But I think, obviously, the player difference is going to be the biggest kind of shift for him, because we saw what that did to St. Clair yesterday. It didn't really kind of give him the best look, especially against the likes of Maryville, which, I mean, obviously take that with a grain of salt. But for Utah, I mean, this could be leaps and bounds. I mean, considering that Maryville also had that adjustment as well. They had a bit of a shift around, but their guys feel a lot more kind of universal in what they can do. And, well, Utah, hopefully, even if they are specialists, well, then maybe they recruited the right guy to kind of fill in those slots, and maybe everybody feels a little bit more comfortable where they are.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Utah is a team that has also usually worked with around two duelists, right? Stratius plays primarily duelist, right? Is kind of flexed around a couple of positions. I had touched on for a little bit there Superman, who also does the exact same thing. Obviously, with him not in for this one, maybe they'll play in this new freshman as an idea, testing around the waters. Actually, I think they're sophomore, but testing around the waters for if they're going to put them in a primary duelist position or in a secondary duelist position. And it is also going to be very dependent on their map. If you're playing a map like Corrode, you can rock two duelists, right? You really want the waylay in. If you want something secondary, you can. You could be like Boise State will have up for our next series, right? They love to rock the Euro on every single map, but they also like to have that secondary duelist. It is a comfort choice for a lot of teams, but when we're talking about utility descriptors and we're talking about that initiation power, which we said is that tripping moment, it feels like for a lot of what Utah brings to the table, maybe the idea would be to tone things back. If you have somebody new stepping in, have them also step into maybe a new style of play. Have the team overall broaden the scope of their exact site takes and maybe change up the way they would like to take an objective. If there's a team to do that with, it would be one where you look at the result expectations. It's West Virginia versus Utah, who didn't find a single match in series last semester. You go, hey, this is the perfect time to take somebody that is on paper better than us and grow from this, right? Not just do the same thing we've been doing and then go, okay, we know the exact same problems we've been having. Try something new, see a new reason for those failures, see a new reason for those problems, or shock yourself and the world and take down a giant like West Virginia that we were considering and calling the dark horse of the entire last split.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line there when you kind of look at what we're working with. I mean, anything Corrode already being inside the map, as you can tell here. Breeze, Corrode, Haven, loving Utah, giving them a little bit of bias here. Going ahead, picking the Breeze up because, I mean, this map, I have so much history here. Love this place, but a lot of teams don't really seem to agree in the big scheme. So as things kind of continue on, though, knowing that, I mean, Utah obviously bringing in a newer map, I think that kind of brings a breath of fresh air to at least the squad and what they can manage to accomplish here, because it really comes down to the philosophy of teams, not only in terms of the players and the guys that are being brought in, but when you look at the last split, you have to have a coaching staff who also shares the philosophy to kind of accustom and adjust to around what they're seeing. Maryville, you look at that team, obviously has to have one of those kind of coaches, like if we're looking in college football, like national champions, having to know that, hey, we have to learn off of our wins because we don't lose that much, but we still have to manage to improve. Utah, if they have to have themselves a guy who, you know, learns from the losses, can really go ahead and kind of nitpick everything, get all those pieces together, that shattered glass, and just mend something brand new out of it. And I mean, that's kind of the biggest thing here. If you get a new roster to work with, you have a lot of new perspectives to kind of go ahead and pitch in towards that. And on a newer map, albeit, out of anything, that could be the best place and best canvas to really paint a new picture.
Honestly, I think it's more impressive to be a coach and a team captain that can grow more from your losses than your wins than it is to be the one that can grow from your wins, right? Yes, you've been winning. You've already have a winning formula. The adjustments have already been made. You've been handed a piece, or you've grown that piece yourself over time to be in that system to do so. But if you're in a losing system and it's hard to find those victories, you have to grow with what you have. I think there's plenty of set pieces available for Utah to be capable of making that insane surge back into proper contention here in Division I. I've always said that. I mentioned it many times last semester. I think Utah was the most entertaining team to watch for myself, truly, because there were so many things I could call out that were so close to success that I felt like I was watching a team that at any moment could break out and make history within the season. And that's saying something, considering it was just the first split of Division I, right? So you're looking at this team with expectations, you know, not as high as they could be, but so much potential behind them. And it's not even that they're just the only team that's capable of that, because you've got Ohio State, you've got Boise State that have been also doing the same thing, but Utah has that much more room to grow and that much more of a skill ceiling that they can just build themselves into, and the roster they have is so capable for it. But let's get this game underway. They want to prove it now here, starting off in the attack and get the job done against West Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, best place to really start it. Obviously, it has been a long time coming to see Breeze back inside the pool, but better yet, even then, still in front of our screens, because yesterday it was like one of the first things banned because, well, collegiate teams just don't like new maps. They don't like trying things. They don't like freshness. They just like having a system, which is funny considering that it's usually on the contrary for their classes, because they get so fed up going to the same thing every single week. So, I mean, I guess is where you breathe in that kind of new, fresh air, something different, because, well, we're in the server now, and even more so, we have stakes on the line. So a first round going underway. Utah, like I said, new beginnings, new possibilities, but first blood's got to be where it starts.
Yeah, you have a little bit of early contention here inside elbow. It looks like West Virginia have opted to give up the majority of that angle, but unfortunately, they also gave up a perfect line of sight in through mid doors to allow for Dinks to collect that first blood. So Utah are now in a recovery game for round one. Lawlet is the first one out the gates of elbow. Two players not too far behind, that being On Stage and Tempest, and they're looking to prowl through. Headhunter in hands for Tempest, and a choice to bring that chamber. You really need to pay out against the Sheriff of A77 up inside of Nest, but Dink strikes true again. Doppelganger of Lawlet off the board. On Stage moves all the way into Nest, but that Sheriff is still wielded by A77, and West Virginia have come through this first round flawless up to this point. It's just D1 left standing, requiring a hero moment for a pistol round. And at this point, you're likely to just poke around to try to find out where the player positions would be in moments like this to grow from this first round and recover from this point onwards. But Leon will secure that kill, and that is West Virginia getting round one.
Well, speaking of growth, I mean, there it is for West Virginia, able to go ahead and make sure that kind of leaderboard moves up towards their favor a little bit more so, just bit by bit, and managed to go ahead and acquire a little bit of a better weapon. But, I mean, looking at A77, that's kind of who I'm going to keep my eyes on. Obviously, being the Sova, I mean, this guy is literally the core to this map, so long as the Viper as well. I mean, those two are, quite frankly, if you have them alive, they are the entirety of this map control. That's why I usually like to see Harbor here as well, but with all this changes, I guess teams are still trying to go ahead and get adjusted to really how he can play into this map and what he's possibly going to be capable of doing. But speaking of Utah and what they're going to be doing, pushing over towards the B side, looking to go ahead, push to the these kind of main gates, see if they can kind of get themselves something, and an ult point is all it's going to be, as they're going to transfer right back over, run into Excite, and maybe this could be a kill with the Classic, or, well, the Bucky should be made for this.
Oh, there it is. First, second online, and Utah need to send out a relay bolt, and it doesn't keep Excite silent in the kill feed. It's a third to them. Leon tries to step up after the fact. Excite does get dealt with that range finally, but Dinks has the Marshall in hand, and West Virginia will still come away the victor at the end of it. They played the macro economy with the Ult Orb Stylus, but they didn't play the true economy by knocking down the economy of West Virginia enough to consider that round a victory. They needed to drop one more, if not even two more weapons out of West Virginia's hands, but it will be a 2-0 start for WVU, and Utah now has rifles to work with heading into round 3.
And that's the promise they need, or at least a little bit of hope to kind of silver line this game so far. I mean, obviously a 2-0 start, not the best, but I mean, still, considering it's normal, I mean, you're just hoping it kind of goes towards your side. So with a nice little scuffle up towards the middle, you know these battles are going to take place early. I mean, West Virginia's going to take players off as soon as humanly possible towards the middle of the map. But it's going to be asked to go ahead and kicking things off, finding a 7-7 back towards that kind of nest up towards the back, and well, I doubt they're going to expect this second player sitting around the corner. Excite finds one, a nice little exchange there for on stage, and Utah, even though they have weapons, they do not have too much of an advantage in numbers.
Yeah, well, they've at least gained a little bit more here if you're Utah, although a lot of damage has been dealt to two players. It still is just one hole remain for West Virginia. Nimbus will move their way into side alongside on stage, and D1's not too far back, and it will be a Utah B site take and plant. And it'll be West Virginia's Leon, player stepping into this system that's already here into a roster that has cemented themselves really in history for CVAL and the collegiate Valorant space as a whole, and now has to show up big here in Division 1 for the first time in round 3, where the weight is on their shoulders and just their shoulders alone. Leon will work their way through elbow, looking to test towards B main. Two players lie within it. Audio cue is been given that they're inside elbow, so you'll see those two players start to peek that way, but they'll rotate back over to a tunnel side peek on stage, getting a good angle, but no connections to be made. Very low in HP, would take a single round really from this Phantom to get the job done, but it won't be on stage. It'll be D1 swinging with that Vandal, and Leon unfortunately is not able to make their presence known here in Division 1 just yet in a big way coming out of round 3.
I mean, we've already seen D1 kind of lighten up in the round prior, getting a little bit warmed up, so it's only kind of fitting to find that next kill to kind of go ahead and put that final nail in the coffin for that first round of the board there for Utah. But, I mean, can he keep this thing up? Because, obviously, being an initiator, he's going to be that second line of defense when it comes around to pushing and having that backup there for that duelist. But it really comes down to the actual duelist selection. You have two of them. Which one are you to back up? Which one's going to be pushing it primarily? And, funny enough, it hasn't been the Neon on the front lines. It has been that Yoru. Able to go ahead and throw out those flashes, kind of create a little bit of chaos, but the issue is it's not really creating as much as you want, because still, see, you get the decoy walking out, you have a player there, but still, Excite still manages one.
Crosshair placement not perfect on the swing out towards Excite, and they'll continue to survive. Will they be a threat? The remainder of this round time will tell. Dinks is able to knock one player off the board in excess now for Utah, as it'll drop them to that one-player disparity. But West Virginia had moved into a great position to play from here. Excite has used the ultimate and used the VTOL to gather information, and will step back across the toxic screen and hopes to maybe get some line of sight on towards on stage. Gucci with a great coverage of the player of Excite, but Aston will still get the upper hand. Dinks has a second attempt now towards Aston, and it's only on stage remaining. Pressure from nearly all sides. It's a battle with pistols now between them and Dinks. The knife is out for one more, but A77 wants to steal the thunder with the Vandal, and West Virginia will continue to climb higher in this series. 4 rounds in, 3 of those claimed to their own.
I mean, rightfully so. Talking with the guys of West Virginia, seeing kind of how they are all mentally. A77 is the one who doesn't really play as much, I feel. He's the one who's kind of roping things back in, putting the leash on the guys, being like, okay, we can't lose this many people in a situation like this, please. And just manages to at least reacquire the op, but loses his own gun in the meantime, knowing that he shouldn't have really lost that money and had to spend it for anyone else. But West Virginia still have themselves a bit of a lead in the points. They're looking to chug things onwards, maybe get themselves another round, but they don't have the same amount of ultimates as Utah does, but they went ahead and cut one of those down.
First bloods are always good, and it seems to be West Virginia finding the majority of them. Great lineup for Excite to potentially knock down 2. The headhunter, now a sheriff for Utah, actually makes headway. That'll be 2 players
There he
removed.
is.
Gucci,
Gucci,
though, is
man.
back online on B and cuts down 2 approaching through tunnel. And it's only Aston now remaining. Just a Sheriff in hand. Maybe an ult orb could be grabbed if they wanted it, but a Dimensional Drift is already online. It's a complete non-factor. They don't want to make the audio cue known that they're here. They've snuck their way back into back B. And Aston is continuing to prowl, worried about where this player is. They haven't fallen back into back, so you're estimating they're still behind Pillar itself. But Aston has no clear way to confirm that. They're off inside Cubby now, which means that they'll still continue to go silent in terms of line of sight. And it seems like Gucci will continue to stay there without really any reason to move, forcing Aston to now move directly through defender spawn to try to reclaim that inside nest and bridge to try to lock down where this player could be. And this is where Leone currently is lying in wait for West Virginia, watching down through nest, not checking behind them on spawn whatsoever, but Aston's not peeking that way either. They refuse. They cross under bridge. They're working behind rope, and Dinks has finally gained some leverage of line of sight. And Leon can now work their way there just the same. Time is tied, and Aston may not have the time to work with. They'll have to start getting that spike down now. The relay boats force them off, and now it's a battle for Dinks to try to get into the space, and that weapon will have to be collected, but not a problem once Leon cleans up the fight.
Man, just one of those kind of rounds that kind of draw it a little long, but I mean, hey, the payoff could be there, especially when you kind of look at the situation that Aston was in. But I mean, man, looking over on that B site, I was talking about it earlier, had 2 kills in the prior round. A guy we hadn't really talked about too much because he's sitting in the middle of the board right now, but led the kills for the team last semester, last split. Gucci 107, or Gucci 07, better yet. I mean, the guy is a menace. Literally was, I mean, especially on the brim when we looked at that buying game, any buying game that they had, just an absolute disgusting force. And he was the one who picked up that mantle when you're left. The one who just completely ran over in that feast or famine situation. And speaking of feasting, the guy's hungry, can find one, gets his fair share, but doesn't get any access for the time being.
Aston's giving a ton of information with that VTOL. Tries to step out of it alongside the Hunter's Fury, but unfortunately, Excite is too much to overcome. 2 now to them. Feed the beast, why don't you? And Utah are left with just 2 players standing. Tinfish trying to work within back. Does secure their frag to Excite. An uncharacteristic miss from this Yoru, but it does leverage now Utah being 1 step closer to an even position, and with Dinks now being confirmed from the flank, having the util for your chamber go off would have been a great idea to lock that down. But A77 has something to say about it and secures the final 2 in 1 fell swoop. It's WVU coming through with yet another.
I mean, the Sovas, that's all this game really comes down to, man. I mean, D1 was leading there for a little bit on the side of Utah, but A77 is making sure to really establish himself up there at the top there for West Virginia in this game so far. And as I said, that's going to be the influence of these Sovas. I mean, they're already playing just so long range constantly. It's almost funny to see a Phantom inside of his hands right in the Vandal, knowing the kind of lineups you're going to be running into here, because over and over and over again, he's going to these long encounters. He's looking to take these fights, and well, Utah keeps on kind of bringing them to him. And even then, on the retake, that's going to be inevitable. Seeing he's over towards that A side or back towards that nest, hanging around that kind of upper right quarter of the map, and seeing how he's really playing things, he's taken so much control and wants to pitch in on literally every single fight possible, more than likely. And Utah has to be kind of aware of that. That's why the B push, I think, was the best. Seeing how they actually had a little bit of control there, as kind of crazy as it may have been, it felt like they had a real attempt of just kind of bringing that chaos there instead of running into a structured set of tripwires.
Yeah, I really do like seeing this almost destabilization of the West Virginia defense on these sites, but the way that they've been able to overcome that, which is expected from a roster of this caliber, but Utah has still been able to put up a very good fight in these directions, and as long as they kind of snuff out a lot of these early mistakes in terms of bleeding player counts, they're peaking 2 players in the same player, and yet still that 1 is still standing at the end of it instead of the 2 that came into it. So, and a lot of that will come down to crosshair placements, early advantages, and really expectation for the player is lying. You can't just anticipate, you almost have to expect and pre-fire in a lot of these moments. A lot of information is given early, though. Just notice the player on stage down in bottom mid to give some intel off of a recon bolt. Excite is waiting just up close with Dinks on that crossfire. A lot of Viper utility is being expunged, though, here towards those mid doors to kind of lock that down and keep that line of sight unavailable for West Virginia. But an Owl Joan out from A77 and Nest Dallas almost secures that that's completely null and moot when you have so many avenues of approach for information that can gain you just as quickly spaced down through mid, especially with that new workaround through shoot.
Well, Excite has definitely been a big wild card here towards the middle of the map. Unable to find that first blood, able to do a little bit of damage, but gets picked off by his, well, counterpart of another Yoru. But, I mean, the surprise element wasn't really in play here. Funny enough, surprise, surprise, though, A77 already ready on site. Looking to go ahead, find at least one of those picks, and I can guarantee you this guy is not done just yet because you're waiting on Gucci to get a sit around here on the outside because these guys are scared on the side of Utah. They don't know really what approach to take, and they're trying to spin around towards the outer edge. It's not going to work out for 1, 2, or 3 because that's Gucci cleaning up, and Dinks just making sure to put that final nail in with the operator to find an extra.
We take a note of how Gucci decides to swing that. Knows that the only way they could do it is to go ahead and start pre-firing with the expectation that it's going to be a chamber with a tour de force. They heard the shot ringing out just up above by pillar, so they know it's still going to be up. So it's either the tour de force that's going to be close to them, or it is going to be that player slightly further away. You don't have any full confirmation, so you just swing it and stay mobile. You do the old copper strat, right, of just constantly staying moving. And they do so, and they point their crosshair directly at the floor, pre-predicting the wild spray pattern that was going to exist while moving and shooting in the game of Valorant, and it pays dividends for this player. Gets them not just that second, denies the tour de force shot from connecting, but also guarantees them that third thereafter after recollecting themselves. But this next round still starts off in West Virginia's favor. It's Excite, who didn't have a solid start to the last round, finally coming alive and confirming that first blood, and now feeling the pressure from the rest of Utah's roster closing in on them. Even though it is just pistols, it's still good enough for Onstage to get their one before falling to Gucci.
I mean, it's a big commitment here. You already had the singular players pushing up inside those double doors, so, I mean, you knew the commitment was probably going towards the A side, but there wasn't enough players really back towards that main section of the map. So you do have D1 over here holding things down, able to get that spike, but, I mean, you've lost so many players in exchange of just getting that objective off where you're going to have guys flowing at you, not one by one, but with plenty of time on the field, all collectively at one consecutive moment. So there it is. West Virginia, another easy pick for the likes of them, getting that defusal off. Every single player having an ultimate to play with, and even then, on to top it off, a guaranteed advantage by the end of the half. So Utah obviously looking worse for wear here, but they get another really bike to play with, and so long as they get that spike down, a Viper's Pit to maybe not guarantee themselves one more, but at least make things look a lot more doable.
Yeah, and keep in mind that that last round is almost a victory in and of itself, getting that spike down, getting a couple extra credits in the pocket, proving that these sites are actually claimable in some capacity or another, and also kind of guaranteeing the continuance of where West Virginia have been sitting. Excite has been so deep inside mid consistently, and while they aren't there this round, and it could be a great read for West Virginia to finally transition away from that player's deep hold, it will still be a good confirming point for Utah to say they like to hold on to this, and if we just send numbers to the problem, eventually we'll find some sort of headway, and that's exactly what they've done here. Tempest gets their 1v1 and elbow off towards Dink, succeeds. You have A77 up in Nest, who only scrapes by one, gets instantly refragged, and so that means Utah maintains that player advantage, and they can now take this position and sort of seesaw back and forth between B and A side to continue to test those waters and try to find where the perfect angle for contention will be. And it looks like they want to go through doors into the A side, but a little bit too far is Lolliot, and Tempest just the same. Both Leon and Excite on site deal with their ones. You've been spotted just behind bricks, but Aston is still good for the flick to Leon, and they know exactly where this player is, but they saved themselves just barely as Excite goes for the dimensional drift to escape away from cinder blocks and make their way to the outside pyramid to now contest in a 2v2 for this post-plant scenario where both players are stuck behind pyramid. Yes, the Owl Joan gets a little bit of information, but they're both peeking from the same side. Snakebite forces them away from the spike. Now you have an open position to swing from. D1 will try to go quick. Gucci wants to confirm this round, but Aston confirms it instead for Utah. 3 kills to Yoru and a second round win for Utah.
Knows the timing on that Viper's Pit. Knows the player's too busy shooting gas from his hands to shoot back. Wants to at least chow that first fight because you know the second player will find that engage and know where the location of that first player is. I mean, just well played by Utah there. In the moment shot calls, getting that finish because West Virginia obviously swinging from that same angle in that 2v2 scenario. Just awkward in the first place to even be there. I mean, seeing how Utah had a singular player pushing through the likes of A main, while sure, it's D1, the guy who was fragging. I mean, it's still something that, I mean, you just got to feel like you need a little bit of backup, but you're not going to receive it now because Lolliot's down for the count in a round like this, and West Virginia are now up 2 players in that 3v5 Utah have to recover from.
Sight with a quick pop flash, just trying to zone back the rest of Utah. A lot of what we saw in that last round was when Utah lost something, they would immediately try to move in player numbers to try to capitalize. That's how they got that refrag so quickly in A77. Team worked cohesively together. A tertiary push through Elbow that already dealt with their 1v1 onto Dinks, right? 2 players, if not 3 players, working through mid and Pillars itself, right? And the numbers game was there for Utah. This time, though, when you're working with just a meager 3, going 1-for-1 is not going to be the solution. You have to make sure that you're peaking 2v1 and getting both players to stay alive and take very little damage. And that's something that West Virginia, Maryville, even Ohio State, Boise State, a lot of these teams in Division 1 have slowly gotten better at, if not already been amazing at, like these upper echelon teams. And it's something I think Utah has always been so close to, but are still struggling to find 100%. It is a bloodbath, though, for Utah, as it'll be a flawless round win for West Virginia. Every player, unfortunately, just found by their lonesome, separated by a little bit of utility in those lines of sight. Well, they favor West Virginia nearly every single time as we enter into round 11, just 2 left to go in the half.
Yeah, I mean, just not really much here left in terms of recovery for Utah. Obviously, the 3 ultimates to kind of tie out the likes of West Virginia, but still, I mean, it really comes down to how they're going to be using these and whether or not they can get that spike down, because that seems to be kind of the biggest struggle for them. It feels like anytime they do get that spike down, it's never with 4 to 5 players alive. It's always when it feels like 3 or less, and it feels like they've already lost a lot to really get to that stage, instead of kind of going for that forward investment on this utility to maybe kind of get that ball rolling. But here we go. Dimensional Dress coming right off rip to coincide with the ultimate of the Neon. So maybe this could be the thing that really gets that nail in the coffin, gets that spike on the site, gets these players alive for a post plant. But you cannot just hunker down towards an edge of the map and rely on a Viper's wall to kind of be that 1 layer security. You gotta have a Viper's pit to back it up, baby, and maybe they can get it done.
Yeah, the Dimensional Drift is being used in counter, so the decoy is being used in counter to try to maybe get a little bit of active information within the Viper's pit, but A77 won't strike to the Viper and instead will take down that poor Neon of Lawlet. And it will force Utah on a player disadvantage. Great collection, though, by Aston to secure that pickup on the flank. Gucci's also there. Leon on site does deal with onstage, and that's your Viper's pit removed, and it's just utility and guns up for West Virginia to slowly incise upon the remainder of Utah, and a 9th round will fall in their favor. But a valiant effort and attempt by Utah, just really marred by the unfortunate fact that utility is so hard to use on an open A site like this, that if you continue to move backwards, you notice 4 to 5 of the player deaths for Utah were just inside shop or just outside shop. You'll notice that West Virginia know exactly where you're going to be, and they pull a perfect tertiary push back through lobby. Great connection, good failure points, or if there's a little bit too much stress in one direction, they have an extra side to really work from, and Utah is stuck between a literal rock and a hard place and get crushed in between the forces moving in from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you got to have at least a kind of a dual focused approach, not just one singular kind of tunneled focus there, because seeing, obviously, as we saw, I mean, even if you looked at the red X's during the last round, I mean, everything occurred right along that right side of the map. I mean, no more than what feels like 10 meters beyond the edge of the map, and well, you're just fishing a barrel at that point for West Virginia. I mean, they got just as much utility as you do, if anything. And seeing how things are going here, especially having the Astra, the cause of divide, they can set up a much better wall with that ultimate to at least go ahead and give themselves some time to push that technic control. But they didn't even need to use it there. Instead, they're opting it maybe for a round like this, knowing it's the last one of the half. Hunter's Fury already being invested for that post plant to look for a little bit of information, maybe a kill, and Onstage is pushing behind it, finding 2. But West Virginia has made quick work of whoever was remaining to find themselves that number 10.
Yeah, you started to note for a moment with on-stages too that there was a chance for Utah to really close things out, but it looks like, again, the problems that are plaguing Utah are just small individual errors, crosshair placement when it comes down to a fight, not sure exactly who to lock onto in those moments, pushing into a spot where it's no longer just a single player in an angle that could work towards you, it's actually 2 now instead. If they had stayed close to Pyramid in that last 1v1, or technically 1v2, they could have isolated the Yoru that was behind that stack, and instead flaked out into the open. You've got 1 player stepping behind Yellow Crate, 1 player now behind stack, and well, job's done, and it's that final round of that half, and West Virginia will disallow a 3 out of Utah to get that 9-3 split. And instead, it's double digits already to start off this second half, and the pistol round already has fallen in favor of West Virginia, and if it goes the same way, we're likely to expect to see Utah force out a bye in the second round of the half, because it will be at a moment where you lose it, it's match point already on map 1, and you don't want to have that when this was your pick in the first place. You want to put a solid foot forward. This pistol round is definitely the way to do so, but the numbers won't favor you because West Virginia can choose which site to hit, and they can poke for that intel that where your players are lying first, and then play for the denial of that retake moment after.
Well, there's a bit of a reset here. I mean, obviously different sides. Now West Virginia on the attacking side, so maybe they can show Utah how it's done, or maybe Utah can go ahead and just take a note out of the likes of West Virginia and find themselves a solid hole, because, I mean, we saw, obviously, Ace having 7 back towards that nest. You have a chamber available for that kind of exact angle now. Issue is, well, you didn't have a Gucci on the attacking side able to go ahead and just push through with the Sheriff, find a couple kills, clean up that site. But speaking of cleaning up, Tempest is here, and, well, everybody on the side of West Virginia has a good bit of damage done to him, so even a body shot could really get this thing done, so long as the shot's nailed, but you only got 2 remaining.
Yeah, Tempest needs to make sure he's holding this on. Making sure he's got someone nearby. Unfortunately, D1 was attempted to work their way forward, but it just falls apart, and the next 2 shots shot out from that headhunter. They'll make any connection, and it puts West Virginia up to 11. And I mentioned that you'll probably need to force up for this next round if you are Utah. Can't play for a perfect half. Try to do something with what you can. Buy enough that you'll still have weapons to go with for the next, but you have to have something solid enough in your hands to disallow a quick entry from West Virginia. This is the kind of moment where if you are WVU, if you are those Mountaineers, Dallas, you could go pretty heavy. You could pick up a Vandal if you're Gucci. You can pick up proper rifles, not just Bulldogs, because you have the confidence to use it. Just 3 of those, you lose 2 players in the process, you could still pick up those 3 weapons. It's the moment where you see really big teams make really big shot calls and attempts to shut things down. But the Bulldog is plenty enough for Excite because it gets them that first blood. And now Utah have to quickly scramble to rotate players over to this A site because the numbers and the utility are unfurling quick on the side, and there's no one left to defend it.
Oh my god. Well played here from the side of West Virginia, able to go ahead and find just clean work of anybody just really residing on that A site, and anyone else who wants to come through. Well, it's not just going to be a big mystery because, well, they got every single one of these angles. Hell, you got Gucci back towards the double doors, letting you know, hey, there's a guy pushing up. I mean, he's got a Vandal now, but so long as he's stunning, you've already done the damage to him to some degree that it should be a relatively easy finish for West Virginia to find themselves on match point.
There it is. First map already about to be over unless Utah can find the credits and the capabilities to deal with this offensive pressure. And the way West Virginia were able to recollect the weapons they had, they will have proper rifles. Even if Utah did not come in with anything in that last round and had not spent, this still would have been what I would consider a proper rifle and rifle round. We don't say the game really starts till about round 4, round 5 when both teams have everything in their kits. This would be a moment where you do see it actually occur in that 3rd round of the half. But Utah are scrambling to find those credits. And unfortunately, when that lead them into a spot where the utility has to do most of the talking. And it's once again a lot of information off towards A in that shop. Big noise being made, utility being spent, and already control over a possible spike plant position. 2 players inside, just short of stack. It's a spray through for Excite, not just getting 1, but catching on to the 2nd as well. On stage is good for a kill, but it's still scrambling periods for Utah to try to find success stories, and it's just on stage now, left by their lonesome. 1 player flanking from bottom mid, 2 players active on site, 1 by shot, that being Gucci, and Gucci is shopping for some Gucci because they're stepping out of this map early after a 13-2 win.
Just a little reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Same scoreline for that first match, but 2 different teams, funny enough, but a brand new map on the docket as well. So, I mean, seeing how obviously there's a lot of kind of new things coming into play here, same result. I mean, it can't be the same season. It can't be the same split. Yeah. So, Utah obviously has a little bit of work, but knowing that Breeze was kind of thrown out there, it's the first match of the season. They can be kind of taking it from a different perspective here, knowing they got it once again an unfortunate hand playing the likes of West Virginia. So I think the way that this could really start to pan out, seeing what they can really pull off here, is going to be these older maps. Kind of going ahead, throwing Breeze in there, seeing what it feels like, taking it inside of a game, knowing that everything remaining should be something you're a little more familiar with.
And as well, I want to point out those players we were saying is kind of important as stepping into this system. For really both teams, you looked comfortable if you were Leo, and it wasn't bad. You're getting the limelight taken by everybody else on that West Virginia roster. It's just going to happen. It's like having a 5-star team and you step in as a 4-star. You're still ridiculously good. Any team would want you, but you're surrounded by 5 stars, right? So you'll have your moment to shine. There will be chances. But for Utah, Tempest has already been in the system before. They did okay. They did fine for it. It was the team overall still trying to find where they were against this West Virginia side. But Lawlitz kind of looked a little little bit lost playing that secondary duelist or really having to move forward. They were really relying on the Yoru next to him to try to get that job done, and it was really, congesting a lot of those pushes. I would honestly love to see going into the second map, them stepping away from that duelist that I had kind of mentioned in our pre-show, step into a new role, find something a little bit more familiar to maybe the team as a whole for these moments. There's room for experimentation. If you feel like your map win didn't go the way you wanted, why not throw something at the window and see if it sticks and see maybe the light at the end of it instead. So we'll have to see if that will happen though heading into map 2. Before map 2 though, we are going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this with more Division 1. Who will come out the victor, Utah or West Virginia? It's 1-0 for West Virginia so far.
Let's go take some turns. A common phrase at a university at the foot of some of the best snow-covered mountains in the world. Another common phrase on the University of Utah campus, unsurpassed societal impact. Sure, it's lofty, but it motivates the care in our hospitals, the research in our labs across campus, and the real-world applications of our breakthroughs. Innovation and impact. It's what you get from a university that is always looking up.
Hi, we're WVU. You probably know us for screaming. And yeah, we're pretty good at it. But here, it's more than a chant. It's our celebration of innovation.
Let's go.
Our rallying cry for community.
Let's go!
And honestly, it's just our way of life. So whether you're chasing big dreams or just chasing sunsets,
Let's go!
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held People don't let it up, only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let it talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need what is best for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph thing. Complex I made when I left home, red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Planting my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. Only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next.
All my energy is placed in my time in the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be in love with me. Try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted.
Map 1 turned into a West Virginia showcase, but it doesn't mean that Utah are out of this one just yet. It is a best of 3. That means there are still a potential 2 more maps on the board. But to get to that third one, Utah needs to pull off a major upset on their opposition's map pick for map 2. And if there's a place to do it on a map that breeds competitive, duelist potential and really would allow this new player and these substitute players, right, for this Utah roster to really shine, I feel like it would be a map like Corrode of all things to do so.
The newest map, but also what I feel like is sometimes the most confusing, which could pan out for a little bit of an advantage for the side of Utah if West Virginia doesn't have the proper structure in place to kind of go ahead and counteract that. But the problem with this is we saw a lot of mid-scuffles going down there for the inside of Breeze. I mean, teams pushing right the middle, which rightfully so. I mean, every single map, you want that middle control. You want to see when you can pan out over towards that left or right side. But I mean, even then here, when you look at West Virginia, what they've done historically through the middle of the map, they love contesting it and they love winning on it. They love not only kind of putting one person out there, they love triple layering that thing, quite frankly. So it's one of those spots of the map where immediately, if you're going to want to really execute and find yourself on the attacking side, any bit of leniency, any bit of engagement towards a site, you're going to have to actually hit the site because they want it to be as one-dimensional as possible, because we've seen what happens to Utah when they're confined to that.
Yeah, you'll notice as we continue to go through it the season, we bring back in listen-ins, bring back in team cameras and things like that, how these teams communicate in these moments. For West Virginia, it is very much so, I'm swinging here, and the immediate expectation is, and the trust they have on their teammates is, I'm going to have somebody else swing a tertiary angle that also contains the same line of sight, right? You are with me. We are a team. We are a unit. And the way that West Virginia has been able to do that throughout, not just this last split, but in other leagues and other scenarios and big moments, has been beyond impressive, because they're doing that not just with one extra person alongside that swing for line of sight, but sometimes even 2 extra, like you're mentioning, or even 3 extra. It's so together as a unit, it's suffocating. And the only teams you really see capable of bringing down a team this coordinated at this caliber are teams that are just as coordinated, but have that much more of a slight finesse edge with experience and the coaching staff and everything behind it to work with that. And that's going to be your Winthrops, your Maryvilles, those teams that are able to knock them down. St. Clair had their huge moments towards the end of the playoffs, that last split, when they knocked down what we were considering that dark horse team of West Virginia, right? So you're looking at these other teams, and you need to start to replicate those small things if you're Utah. Crosshair placement is an early start to things like that, but at the end of the day, it is cohesiveness and working together as a unit that we've always talked about for this roster. They just have to stop tripping up over themselves and work with themselves to make that extra step known.
Yeah, I mean, just slow and steady here obviously is going to be the kind of pace for Utah, but West Virginia not really going to get the time to breathe. Obviously, storming right through the middle of the map. We talked about the congestion. We talked about those scuffles. We talked about how West Virginia, not only on the defense is kind of where I emphasize it, but on the attacking side too, they're showing you that, I mean, they want to go ahead and put that presence there, because if Utah on the defending side wants to hold this, they want them to challenge that. They were conditioning these guys from the very get-go on opposing side of the map. So seeing how things are going here, not really all that great for on stage, but as you're pushing your way onto the B side, West Virginia making quick work of the players remaining and residing here as Leon finds one more. So I mean, with the 2 players remaining, are you going to create a bit of a pincer? Well, quite frankly, you have to, because even then, if you cross the middle of the map, that chamber's going to run into a couple players. First one being A77, who is ready with that ghost in hand.
Yeah, there's your execution period. Now Tempest has to work their way in. Has been the player here opted for the waylay. You have moved away from kind of that double duelist approach. Exactly what I wanted to see. Working in from backside of B. Spotted now by that Haunt, and Dinks will swing in and take down their doppelganger. And the effectiveness of West Virginia is continuing to be proven here in the start of map 2. But the way they do that is a very quick take onto that B site. And the aggressiveness you're expecting to see, it's an attacking side. You just have to get past a little bit of contention from arguably just that Viper, that pseudo Sentinel for the side of Utah. And once you do, you've essentially guaranteed control over that site. And the best way to do that was with a waylay double dash. If they get the kill, great. If they don't and have more than one player fire back at them, instantaneously move back and the team rotates to an opposing site where they don't have to worry about the util or just waits out the util. It's the perfect setup and the perfect agent really for a map like this. And it also means you can't fall for that initial push if you're Utah's Viper. You can't fall for this if you're on stage, and instead have to wisen up to the peaks and wisen up to these pushes from West Virginia, or just click the waylay's head faster than they can TP backwards, right?
I mean, that's the simplest one. I mean, let's be real. Why are we even thinking about utility? Why are we even kind of talking about all this strategy when you can shoot heads, man? Just kill and don't die. I mean, that's what West Virginia's doing right now, and it seems to be working pretty darn grand for them. All things considered, they have much better weapons to play with, forcing out a couple vandals there. But, I mean, Utah just really trying to string together whatever they can and what could be a retake. Maybe waiting for the reinforcements, find some double swings, but you've already given away your location of on stage. So when you have that secondary player swing out of acid, it's just not really going to be enough because there's going to be so many bullets already kind of heading right towards
One enemy remaining.
Oh, great connection there from Leon with a right-click classic. Goes for a second one. Aston will at least make sure this round isn't flawless for West Virginia. But the credits don't matter when the weapons you're dropping were just pistols to work with. And West Virginia will carry over everything they had purchased in round 2 over to the next. And this is where we had that kind of broaching subject at the end of the second half on map 1, right? How many weapons get carried over? Could you consider this already an effective full buy and full round against a team where you see the action kick off in round 3 and start to see that as the expectation setter in comparison to round 4 and 5 onwards? And frankly, 3 proper rifles, a Bucky and a Marshall is still good enough in the right hands, and I think it's pretty inarguable that West Virginia is more likely not the right hands to work with. But they'll play the numbers game first. One player teasing off towards B side. They'll watch as that from the shadow, that dark cover gets layered in from deep on B, as you can see where it originates from if you're Utah. That's in a way to try to force them into the mindset that there is in fact a split push going on, and it is not just 5 players or 4 players directly pushing in through A main, but thanks to that execution, the Viper who overstays their welcome on the prowl down through B main. Yeah, I may force a rotate out here for West Virginia to go to that site instead, because you don't have to worry about that pseudo Sentinel any longer.
I mean, with them not touching the middle of the map, I mean, look how aggressively Utah is just already aggressively allocating towards these outer edges, because they know that West Virginia, if they want to take the middle of the map, I mean, quite frankly, just give it to them. Just play for these sites. Don't give these 1 or 2 guys that are stationed there just a free death sentence. You want to go ahead and be on those outer edges. Just rather be ready and just get more kind of a guy there to survey the area. And, well, that's putting West Virginia in that situation where they can just free roam literally wherever until they finally end up executing onto a site. Well, obviously resulting in a take just like this. It doesn't really have much of a shot. It really comes down to D1. And, I mean, everybody else that was scattered about, they were just so slow and so impatient, expecting something to come out from West Virginia like that round number 1, where it's just not what they were going to be given.
Yeah, they need some sort of agency on these sites, and that's exactly what Utah have attempted to do, but it hasn't stopped the way that West Virginia have been able to kind of piece up these compositions on these objectives. They're trying to play on those sides, going into B main, maybe a little bit of contention towards A main, but I don't know. I feel like they're honestly moving already too far forward into space that West Virginia are willing to allow as sort of the scapegoat, as sort of this mindset of if you move into this territory, it's no longer the attack having to go into the defense where you're stationary, where you've sentineled up, where, you know, it is your land to control. You're heading into no man's land, and we've laid out 16 landmines in the process and a ton of barbed wire. You never know if you're going to accidentally trip on one or hit the lash on that landmine, and that's exactly what occurred down towards B, which then opened up that site with eventual take for West Virginia, especially when you consider what that Waylay is capable of doing with a shotgun in hand. Double dashes to the back, gets rid of one, sits immediately back over to their home ground and archway, and plays very smartly from that moment onwards. Utah gets a little bit of damage early in round 4, but it's not going to keep West Virginia away from this entirely. Dinks could go in for a double dash again, secures an angle here down inside main, but you really are scared to peek this, and that's why you have to have someone like A77 watching that. But Lawlet with 2 makes this one for Utah to their favor, but the weapons for the rest of the team just aren't there.
Teleport's ready.
Well, maybe it could be a one-man army. Who needs teammates? When, I mean, you have not full any shields at all, but I mean, you got enough health and you got shots inside the magazine, but you don't have a lot to work with, unfortunately. Just good looks there from Lawlet to able to go ahead and find a couple kills here in the process, make things look more doable for D1, who had been the primary fragger of the squad in map number 1, but hasn't really had a time to shine just yet. Doesn't really have the guns for this round to do it here. So A77, welcome back to D1, baby, where it's a new split, but it is the same man, the same monster, as he finds himself his first ace.
Ace77 comes back in for Division 1, and they have not died a single time so far in these 4 rounds, and the scoreboard is indicative of that. Utah going to go ahead and make a call a timeout to try to talk things through and discuss what exactly has gone wrong through these 4 rounds and what can continue from this point onwards. One big point that we had mentioned, obviously, during the break, and obviously they can't listen into us and, hear what we're saying and kind of break that down. They'll have to do that within the VOD review at a later point, Dallas, but that hold where you have the initial spate for Leon, not Leon, sorry. You have the initial state where you're watching your chamber, sitting inside pocket, watching as they rotate in on A site link from mid, is being held by a secondary teammate, but that teammate is peeking into an angle where there actually isn't a crossfire yet available for your player inside elbow. So you're essentially sitting there for no reason without any way to assist. So while you theoretically have a crossfire because you can see your teammates, that's not a line of sight crossfire. That isn't a crossfire that actually controls where the enemy is going to be stating, so it's a constant 2v1. It's still 1v1s, but the added effect of having to watch with trauma-inducing PTSD around it, your teammate get eviscerated by a 7.62 shot. You have no idea where it originates from. So the idea is there to have crossfires, but the effectiveness for it just isn't absolute yet for Utah, and I think that's something that Lawlet will kind of grow into to move out of that position in pocket and try to find a little bit more recovery, especially when they actually have a proper rifle in moments like that to make that recovery more possible and set up those crossfires more absolutely.
Well, they got rifles now, so if there's a round, definitely going to turn it up and get the job done. I mean, this could be the one to do it, but obviously not too little too late. Still time to go ahead, get on the comeback, maybe find yourself 1 or 2 rounds to start playing with, give yourself some leniency here, give yourself some breathing room on the scoreboard, but already a little bit of damage done over to D1. It just comes down to where are these players stationed, because we saw a lot with the operator, but I mean, kind of more stationed towards the A side of the map. There's not really anybody invested towards the middle, and that's because West Virginia, they're kind of not really wanting to take this too much, and really finally want to kind of take it by a full force, and well, with no players really there to contest too much, besides the craziness that just unfolded for a couple seconds. It's just more so kind of checking every corner while they clear the map and possibly move forward, but you already have D1 in the back, letting you know that they're not pushing that. So hold your stations, boys. Stay on that A site. They're not really going to be going anywhere. Viper, please push up a little bit, because if they go over there, we need to make sure you're ready for it.
100%.
30
Even
seconds
4 on
left.
4. West Virginia are finally being forced to maybe poke around through mid, but I don't really like it 100% just yet. They still have to deal with the pseudo-sentinel of Aston here on this B site for Utah. A lot of the utility will come up and over. There's the Hive. They'll toss up the Poison Cloud as well as the Toxic Screen to keep themselves back. Snakebite goes down just the same. This will buy a ton of time, but they have to just push through this. But Aston has that cover. Excite gets a huge flick there with the operator, but Spike has to start to go down, and the connections here for the Shock Darts could have been big, but unfortunately it's a recon bolt for the second. The Shock Dart does not go out. West Virginia scrape a Spike plant down. There'll be 1 player working in from Link and 2 players working in from direct defender side spawn to this outside elbow. On stage, gets seen. Could have taken that shot, but Dinks gets the better end. A77 gets 1 more to the tally, and Excite will finish the job with that operator once again. 5-0 for West Virginia right now. And the stats don't lie. They have found their moneymakers, and it is A77 and Leon for the second map of all things to really lead this team so far through these 5 rounds of victory.
Yeah, funny enough, it's Dinks in A77 to go ahead and lead in terms of the deaths. Not really kind of having any just yet and still playing the entire game. So obviously A77 is being in a lot more fights and still managing to not die at all in the process. So if this guy can die, then maybe you're saying, hey, there's a shot in the round, even if you've got a classic. But problem is you've already had one of your players knocked off near immediately with that gate dropping and, well, the boomstick booming. So as things go, Utah, they have a pretty good stance to be on this defensive side, kind of holding these angles of these classics. But I mean, man, West Virginia just bringing problems to their doorstep. Better yet, just bursting through the door and leaving them inside, right inside their own beds. So it's a difficult thing for Utah to really rebound from, especially in an eco. So they're going to sneak around, maybe see what they can manage, but, I mean, just completely snuffed out. They know guys are back here towards this A main sector of the map. They don't really care too much about where the other one could be. D1, they hear the shot, they know where he's going to be coming from, and you have 4 players just stationed up, setting a complete crossfire, triple stack even, and more so, if he does have to step out at any point in time.
Grode is turning into a map that is, well, West Virginia favored it. It was also their map pick, but keep in mind this is a map that also tends to go 11-1, 10-2, 9-3, right? It is dominated by one side over the other, but we'd have liked to see more of these rounds be closer for this Utah roster, but they're still struggling to find the perfect moments for all of this. But the ultimates are in their back pocket, Dallas. If there were moments to shine and rounds to be won, they're more likely than not going to be off the back of these ultimates to be capable of doing so. A round like this could be a good option for them to use it early for the Vipers pit down on B. You also could use the From the Shadows for a quick rotate in. The Tour de Force has been popped here for Utah. There's that Vipers pit being used officially for Utah as well. And they will lock down the B side as much as they can. Double waylay dash in for Dinks. One player inside Link on stage will be tapped there and hindered, and that will allow for the easy execution thereafter. They try to save that player with a Hunter's Fury, but D1 makes no contact with it, and instead it is still West Virginia still finding players, scraping damage by, and securing victory nearly, at least in terms of mid control, to be able to rotate in through either side's Link, and they really like the idea of actually working against this Viper's pit that's placed too far deep, and Aston steps too far deep out of, securing themselves an even larger player disparity.
I mean, has the potential to maybe win out around like this, but it's going to take a whole lot of work here. I do like the repositioning coming through already from D1, making sure to kind of set something up. The spike just went down. You get plenty of time to work with here, but you also got plenty of map to cover as well, which is a real kind of obviously unfortunate reality of the situation. And, well, from the looks of it, already going ahead and just crouching down, kind of whipping out the inspects, lets me know, okay, this one is not worth the attempt. Slow and steady, just station up where you can. Is anybody really going to be pushing it here? And obviously Laliette looking to kind of contest, maybe getting a couple scuffles here and there, but hopefully maybe trying to manage to get one. Ooh. There it is, but you found the exchange. D1 ended up dying in that fight over towards A main. Laliette's just holding this angle. Just don't go too crazy here. That shot could have managed to nip you off there, but there it is. Surviving one more, having the operator still in play, having a gun for someone else if they need it to save that money, allowing maybe 2 more rounds of weaponry, including this one, to kind of work with, because the ultimates are not there to kind of compensate like they were in the round prior.
Yeah, and to be frank, the fact that a lot of West Virginia's success is being built off of A77, not just in the kill department, it speaks just droves to how valuable the Teo is really becoming right now for a composition like this and a map like this, that flushing initiator that Riot themselves says, we want to focus this agent as being this. They are meant for this. We had to buff them in accordance after the big nerfs we had hit them with. It sees so much more value than it would on a lot of other maps, and it's because Utah aren't necessarily in positions that are unknown. They're expected to be there, but West Virginia are respecting that and making sure that the utility speaks for themselves in the process. Great use. Sends a stun after the player deeper inside of Baghdad. Throws out a bit of a tether to keep them even closer. This is just West Virginia playing methodically to get a flawless round 8 result, and it looks almost, I won't say trivial, but it looks like a standard day in the office is what I would describe it for West Virginia. They're used to playing like this. They'll do it against every single opponent. They don't need to adjust their playstyle to anybody, and that will either hurt them when it comes to some of these bigger teams like Maryville and Winthrop, or it'll prove to be the most effective thing for them continuing onwards.
I mean, that round was just single-handedly Leon. I mean, let's be real. Nightfall off the rip, the tether, and all the phage, just kind of the sense of utility that's being thrown is just so oppressive there on that B side, especially when you see so many players just hanging around that doorway and just letting you know, hey, what about one big kind of line ult on site did wonders? Well, guess what? Waylay's up, y'all. We can do another. And just press W on this A site once more. Not nearly as much Fade utility giving you all the information in the world that you could hunt players down. But hey, if they're slowed down and even then don't really have the weaponry to fight back, it should be just as easy but as fair to close out.
Well, West Virginia continue to pound the hurt here against this Utah roster. Corrode is a difficult one, and we're seeing the growing pains so far of, player substitutions and more coming out from this Utah side. But I am really happy to see that Lawled is stepped into the system a little bit more successfully here on this second map, though it has come at the cost of overall the team struggling to build up upon themselves. And maybe this is coming to the fact it's defensive-sided, right? And West Virginia are making sure that the offense is felt on Corrode, as it usually is for most team compositions. But you could argue maybe if you had a secondary initiator choice, maybe if you wanted to do a Teo, maybe you wanted to play an actual Sentinel for a map like this to slow out what West Virginia bringing to the table. These are all coulda, woulda, shoulda moments. But it is still Utah struggling to find saving graces. The first blood, it strikes true once again. Sniper shot rings out in the distance, and your chamber has been executed. And it'll be an execution on this B site all over again. Dinks with a double dash takes a lick of damage from their Teo salvo, but it does not matter. It's Gucci stepping into the gap that's left behind by Dinks, is retracting themselves there, and on stage will fall to the hands once again of a West Virginia roster that is executing this B site near perfect.
Spike planted.
Curious to see what approach this retake's going to be looking like, because, you're already way ahead of the cut. Not really waiting for D1 to catch up with the rest of the group to have that information ready at your disposal. So, is it going to be, two-man push and then D1's just kind of behind? Obviously scared, senseless, knowing the players could be towards that middle of the map, but now doubling back while stumbles are occurring on site. You've seen one of those kills already be exchanged. You're now down to only a singular two. In West Virginia, it is just an absolute mosh pit of guys, while you have obviously the one kind of outlier sitting back towards the middle of the map, making sure that nobody kind of goes for a roundabout approach. With the time ticking, it's a very clear indicator that this is just not the round to really be fighting for. Aston manages to save the guns of the two remaining players, but everything else is just nothing but double digits for West Virginia, guaranteeing a two-round best-case scenario for Utah.
Yeah, they still have to find those 2 rounds as well. And I had mentioned that there was a chance to do so. It really feels like for a map like Corrode, when you're down, the way is to do it off the back of ultimates. And that last attempt from them, when they had 4 of them, it definitely brought a lot of trouble into the hands of West Virginia, but they still overcame those odds, and not just did that, but did it in a way that still kept A77 flawless without a single death to their record. And I think that's really what we're seeing right now from West Virginia. It feels like they're protect the raid boss, protect the healers in the back, right, if you want to go more MMO style things. They're making sure this player's alive, and they make sure all that utility does all the talking. And here's a great use now. The pass goes forward. A good execution for Dinks as they step past the initial ultimate use coming out from Utah. And it's an execution, and only an execution for Dinks. 3 down to their tally, and it's just Aston remaining, trapped here in bottom mid, trying to fight into territory that is completely unknown. In West Virginia don't care in the slightest, as they'll hold on to that A side without any need to step away from it for the time being.
Look at the fear just ingrained in these players. Aston clearing every single corner with that Phantom before he even steps out to start to move around the map. Not even to contest that side, obviously, because a 1v5 near impossible, especially when you look at that scoreline at the top and it's just looming over you. It makes that a much more difficult predicament to maneuver through. And well, you knew that eventually, if you stayed in the middle of the map, West Virginia were going to go hunting for you. They have plenty of time to do so, and they just don't want to let anything squeak through, because this next round, they can throw the numbers at it. They have the money. They can end up dying. They don't really care much about what happens here. They just care about what happens in the next, because it's already 11-0. You got no guns to carry over, and it's going to be an eco here from Utah to try to go ahead and make sure it doesn't go to match point.
Yeah, spend every single credit you have. It's the last of it, and you won't be able to carry it over into that second half. I love the idea to use the ultimate to slow down and convert it past everybody for West Virginia moving into A main. You took the gamble that it would be the majority of the team there. You won the gamble, but Dinks gets just past it, and the team was not ready for that player to be there. I know the saying is expect the unexpected, Dallas, and it feels like that's an easier ask than it actually is in practice, but I feel like that is one of those few things that Utah aren't always ready for. Like, peeking out too far, expecting it to just be that one player behind Stack over on Breeze, and instead it's now a player moving in behind Yellow Crate, right? You have to expect the unexpected, and we're just not seeing enough of that out of Utah. Great move by Dinks up and over the top, gets into a great space on open, secures a good use to hinder the player behind that Stack, which then forces them to move away from that angle as hard as possible, now allowing them to converge here inside back of A and try to fight from this hallway. And yes, there's a great weapon in Onstage's hands to be capable of doing that, but you also have a crossfire that can maybe be staged up with one more smoke being laid inside Link to close off that line of sight for your Sova out of Utah, and then the team could start to converge in for that crossfire, and then Onstage's Judge will be completely executed from that flank because Lawlet does not have the angle to cover that with the way that this A site is actually held in control. There's your Shrouded Step to get into your own dark cover to escape from the initial line of sight. That would be Gucci's. Gucci spots the player of Lawlet. Great execution thereafter for two more. D1 gets a good cross to shut down Excite. No smoke being placed there by West Virginia. Seems like a slight shortcoming, but they were distracted by how many numbers are here in back of all. And Onstage gets out shotgunned by a shorty of all things, and they get more on top of it. 12 rounds seems impossible to deny for Utah, and there it is, confirmed. A flawless first half with a single death out of A77. No. Flawless from this player.
I mean, one of those situations there where on stage, I'm just wondering, I mean, why are we swinging there? Why are we putting our face out on the line? I mean, I understand trying to catch these guys off guard, but you don't have enough reinforcements there. This is purely a reaction test. You got 5 shells, 5 players. You got to get the job done purely off just those split-second frame reactions. But obviously not in it there to win it there, and seeing how Utah's kind of getting themselves into this attacking side, not looking too hot to really get themselves too much. I mean, this is the best time to do it, clearly, but, I mean, unfortunately for them, it's the only time to do it on this half.
I actually think West Virginia are trying to stat pad A77 right now for the KD stat to get them top of the leaderboard. Y'all had Urn last semester in the early part of the semester who didn't need to stat pad to do it, just did it, right? And now they want to try to get their names again for West Virginia as a whole at the top of our stat sheets in the website here for Division 1. And the best way to do that would be to have an 11.0 KD on your stat sheet, right? But unfortunately, that means they have to play flawless for this round. On stage within the smoke, sneaks just past the side of Gucci, and Gucci goes down. Now you'll have 3 players active on the A side. A bit of a gamble for Utah to pick A instead of B, and they've kind of chosen incorrectly, but it doesn't keep those players away from frags. There's a good connection from A77. Leon just the same. That's the second one to them. Salvage trying to flush them into space. Good connection. No! Wow. D1 shuts down the Giants. And Leon and A77 did enough damage, though, to make this clearly doable by your Lonesome Chamber of Excite. One shot from any gun would handle both of these players. The Sheriff is the perfect one to do so. Excite works from open. Spike planted in the inside corner. One you typically expect to see. We'll have one player holding more so direct towards defender spawn of the inside pyramid, and then the other one in the back of sight. Excite will tap the spike. Recon bolt up and over. Good connection. Up and a skip. There's on stage. Gets the peek. Wants to fire through the wall. Can't really do so. Gets that shot off towards D1. On stage. Wants to get this connection. You had to hit that one if you're on stage. Did you have the time if you're Excite? Is it 13-0? It is just by the skin of their teeth. It's West Virginia 13-0ing the Utah roster and putting West Virginia to a 2-0 in the series. It's over, and they want to send us on into the next.
Yeah, I mean, West Virginia obviously coming out swinging, letting us know they mean business from moment one. Because, I mean, if there was any team that I feel like was rightfully ticked off from the standings in that last split, seeing how things were going, they were the team we were kind of expecting with those last couple of results, saying they are the ones who kind of felt like they had momentum going on their side more than anybody else. The Saints have more of a kind of consistent season across the board, but still them, Stony Brook, and West Virginia all had a very exact same standing, just different in the maps, as it kind of concluded. And West Virginia, if they just get that round differential right off the rip, as high as humanly possible, best map we've seen thus far, and on top of finding themselves a successful win, I think they are looking to kind of put themselves in good standing as quickly as they can.
Yep. And with that being said, the victory for the Mountaineers is not going to be short-lived. They'll have to ride that high on into next week just the same. But before we send it on over to a break, we'll have an interview as well with one of these players. We can kind of poke at their mind for what they'll have. So stay tuned. It's not over just yet. And also after this series, will be another one coming up right afterwards. Ohio State facing off against Boise State to see who will be that team that can really make their presence known the most. It was a matchup that actually mattered and reflected the playoff standings to start off last split, and it's coming off early here for split 2. Let's see how it goes. Stay tuned. We'll have an interview right after this.
Let's go take some turns. A common phrase at a university at the foot of some of the best snow-covered mountains in the world. Another common phrase on the University of Utah campus, unsurpassed societal impact. Sure, it's lofty, but it motivates the care in our hospitals, the research in our labs across campus, and the real-world applications of our breakthroughs. Innovation and impact. It's what you get from a university that is always looking up.
Hi, we're WVU. You probably know us for screaming. And yeah, we're pretty good at it. But here, it's more than a chant. It's our celebration of innovation.
Let's go.
Our rallying cry for community.
Let's go!
And honestly, it's just our way of life. So whether you're chasing big dreams or just chasing sunsets,
Let's go!
People don't let me talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need body best for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for writing many tracks. Give one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in a picture you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pour ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to force her. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is placed in my time in the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits you've been using me. All are in the way I say, 'cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, 'cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same thing.
My shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pour ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to force her. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
We know it was a little bit quick for a 2-0 series for West Virginia, so we decided to bring out a player here we thought we could speak with us for a elongated period of time. It's Leone themselves, a new player stepping in, the freshman in the roster for West Virginia, and a really great showcase to what they're capable of. How are you doing today, Leone?
I'm doing great. It was a great first match, and I'm excited that I got the season started with the boys.
Well, it's a little lonely where you are right now. I'm sure the inclement weather has caused everyone to stay home, and you've still managed to make your way into the facility. But we'll start with the questions themselves. How's it feel being this new player stepping into this system, and not just stepping into the system, but also now being the IGL for this system with a bunch of older players who've already been built around each other this period of time?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a big change going into it, just like for my play style too. I, helped IGL here and there when I played in like my like tier 3 and when I was like doing some VCL stuff for a little bit. But I never like was like committed to like full IGL. So this was definitely a big change. How the boys have been treating me really great though. It was a last minute pickup, which is always like really hard when I'm like moving in like as classes are starting. But overall the guys have been really receptive. They've been like taking my input really well, and I really think eventually like with more time we can like have some real good layers to our macro play. But right now our main strengths are going to be just our individual plays and playing together properly, just because we haven't had a lot of time to like dive into a crazy deep playbook.
Right, and you've been filling the shoes just fine. I mean, it seems like West Virginia has this kind of specialty to slot in players in terms of like where they stand on the scoreboard and like they're kind of rolling the team, because obviously we had Yearn, who ended up leaving at the start of last season, then A77 popped in, and he was now, obviously, as you can tell today, absolutely frying. And when we have Enoch stepping out, you coming in, it just feels like they always find the right person to be like, hey, this is just a situation we need filled. Doesn't really matter the roles, because all y'all can shoot at the end of the day. But even more so, talking specifically about today and about your first Div 1 match, I mean, how's this high feel that you're riding right now, kind of knowing that obviously Utah, if you kind of got word from the previous split, not the heaviest hitter, but knowing that, I mean, you could have this momentum carry to face the likes of Maryville and Winthrop and maybe end up beating them as well.
Yeah. Really good momentum builder for us, especially like, I haven't had an official match with the team yet, so it was definitely a little bit scary like going into it. It's like, okay, is our system going to work when we actually apply it in a match? Yeah, Utah isn't the heaviest hitter like in Div 1. Like we have to deal with like the Winthrop, the Maryville, the St. Clairs. All those guys we've had experience scrimming against, playing against, whether it be tier 3 or collegiate, and they're very strong squads, especially that Maryville squad right now is definitely on fire. I think the scariest thing about our team can be how fast we are improving. Like we've only been playing together for 2 weeks, and the difference from like the first 3 days of me playing with them and now feels so much more fluid already. So as long as we keep pushing our ceiling even higher, I think we can be a big challenge to those teams that are, a lot more dependent on like how good their macro is, how good they play well together. They have a lot of challenger experience. I think eventually with time, we can become one of those teams that will be like a major threat to those top 3 teams.
Dallas, from the sounds of it, it looks like we're having another potential St. Clair team that only gets better as the split goes on and then comes through and has a chance for the, stint into grand finals, no matter the result may be. I'll ask one more question here for you, Leone. A77 of that second map goes through without a single death until that final round, but I noticed they were playing a lot more passive after about maybe 7 or 8 rounds in. Were y'all maintaining him to try to keep him alive for the entire
I may have made a comm or two saying, do not let A77 die. I may have said that. But then, and it was funny, our team all went no very loud when he died in the last round. Because we really just wanted to like see what that was like, having a guy with like basically an infinite KD. But yeah, no, the vibes have been really high. And like even like that with the momentum that I think A77 can bring to us is really helpful. And there's like a big brotherhood over here with the boys. So it's in and out of the game. We spend a lot of time together, and I think it'll translate.
I'm sure the website, whoever codes the website for Division 1 is actually really happy with that, because I don't think they ever would have accounted for somebody having an infinite KD. I would have feared the website would just self-destruct at that point.
Yeah, I don't know what they would do either.
Well, I mean, obviously, you've had yourself a great little day going on. I mean, talking about games and things like that, and you know that you have more matches to come underway, but even more so, is there anything that you specifically, besides the improvement you can make and obviously the team, in terms of just the entire program, I mean, is there anything you're excited for that kind of, in terms of resource, could help you perform as a player and kind of elevate yourself as things continue on?
Yeah, the coaching staff here is great. Like Corey's been helping me a lot, especially like trying to get into this, or Cherms. He's been helping me a lot trying to get into this new IGL role. So we've been spending a lot of time doing like one-on-one sessions, team VOD reviews, etc., just to like try and build up my, like, I have an understanding of the macro, but now it's like applying it, because I haven't really had to like fully apply like how am I going to call, and how am I going to have this team like work around me, and how am I going to micro people. Before it was like, oh, I see the flow of the game, I'm just going to focus on myself, like try and help my boys. But now it's like, all right, every decision I make has a lot of weight, and you know, I don't have like a ton of experience doing it, so it's a little scary coming into it. But they've been really good in teaching me like what exactly to do.
Perfect. Well, we have, I'm sure we have a vision now for what West Virginia is going to continue to the table, what you are going to bring to the table as well, Leone. But with that being said, that's all we have for the interview. Let's give you a chance to rise up on a platform, up on a stage. Now, a lonely one, because no one else is with you at the venue currently, but I'll give you a stage nonetheless to shout out your teammates, friends, program, coaches, whatever you have. Here's your chance to do so now.
Yeah, first shout out to my coach Terms and the rest of the boys for getting me into the system as smoothly as they did. Second shout out my parents and my family, my grandparents too. They watch all my games. They've been really supportive, and I definitely wouldn't have been in this position without them. And my third shout out is to two of my friends, Nathan and Brandon. They've both been really supportive of me making the transition into like committing to like fully competing in esports alongside school. And without their support, I've had a lot of hard days that I wouldn't have gone through without them. So thank you to those two specifically.
All right. It's a pleasure to have you here, Leone. We always love having somebody who's got great skills at interviews and can keep the conversation going. It's been an absolute pleasure to listen into your mindset and your principle and get an insight to how West Virginia are working. Thank you very much for coming into this
Thank
interview.
you, guys.
All right, with that being said, what a great first series. God, I cannot understand how much I love having somebody come in, the first interview question, they just go on it.
Yeah.
They just continue.
They start running.
It's so refreshing. It's like, oh my goodness, it's so nice as what, just a viewer, I'm sure as well, but just knowing that they're willing to with us like that much,
right.
It means that much to them in the sport and the grand scheme of things. But with that being said, that's all we have here for this first series. Up after this one, Boise State and The Ohio State University coming in for that second series of the night, and the final one, and the one that had so many important implications at the end of our last split, starting off this second split. It's always seemingly the end and the beginning coming back together here, Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I don't know if this is how the schedule was kind of programmed to be, whether that was, you know, by design. It's a whole lot of questions there for the back end, but at least for us, it creates a lot of a good litmus test of what we're going to be dealing with the season to come, and with the split to come, better yet. Seeing how things are going, I mean, they've been a lot more far in terms of the round discrepancies compared to last time, but I mean, who knows? That's the fun thing about playoffs, because maybe we could see the improvements literally live in person, seeing these matchups so close to what we see already of the last split's playoffs, and we can just draw a lot of reference from there to see if these teams have actually gotten better over time.
Yeah, a couple months in between it. Let's see if improvements have been made. Let's see if rosters have been changed and what else has to go. We'll talk more on it when that second series gets started. But until then, don't go anywhere. It's a break until those teams are ready. We'll see you guys there. Stay tuned.
Let's go take some turns. A common phrase at a university at the foot of some of the best snow-covered mountains in the world. Another common phrase on the University of Utah campus, unsurpassed societal impact. Sure, it's lofty, but it motivates the care in our hospitals, the research in our labs across campus, and the real-world applications of our breakthroughs. Innovation and impact. It's what you get from a university that is always looking up.
Hi, we're WVU. You probably know us for screaming. And yeah, we're pretty good at it. But here, it's more than a chant. It's our celebration of innovation.
Let's go.
Our rallying cry for community.
Let's go!
And honestly, it's just our way of life. So whether you're chasing big dreams or just chasing sunsets.
Let's go!
With your body, give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected.
connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local style, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Let's get connected. The way I do. 'Cause I need you. I'm for the nice. The way I do.
just fall in line? What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void and makes me wanna scream that I'm something else.
I don't care who I'm meant to be,
'Cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Cause I'm something else. I don't care what you see in me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Tell me when you love. Yeah, she's a looker, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating. Yeah. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. 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 People don't let them talk, only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body flex for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in effect, when you cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played with my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same.
Cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. Why's it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why's it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? I've seen better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I've seen better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey, let's get connected. Connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my electric.
If you feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you to have me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you.
giving you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do. 'Cause I need you to help me for the nights through. The way I do. 'Cause I need you to help me.
I need you. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Eu não sei quando parar. Só quando você voltar.
between. Pick your type, don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void and makes me wanna scream. And I'm something else.
I don't care who I'm meant to be,
'Cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Between. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love.
just dropped. Can't catch my breath. There's sand in the hour, the glass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. People don't like to talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize the need and body best for us enough. There's a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left her red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played with my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same.
You cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left her red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey, let's get connected. Connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture. Let's get connected. Eastside, let's get. If you feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you to have me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you. and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfections. Recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do. 'Cause I need you and me for the night too. The way I do. 'Cause I need you.
I need you. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 Valorant. We're kicking things off here with our second series of the night to finish off the first weekend of our second split of our very first season. My name is Infernos, joined here by Dallas, a.k.a. Mick, and it's Boise State facing off against The Ohio State University, and we are expecting this one to be a damn good one. Let's be honest here, folks. Week 2 was the last time we saw these two teams face off. Big playoff implications for that Boise State versus Utah game in the final. This is what really kept OSU out of playoffs in the first place. That head-to-head scoreline with that loss in week 2 and the fact that Boise State took the victory over Utah. Let's be honest here, folks. This one could be a bit of a grudge match for OSU to try to overcome what Boise State were capable of doing.
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, a nice little kind of standing ground here for Boise State as well, all things considered. I mean, they got their little taste of playoffs last season, or last split, better yet. I'm going to keep on making that mistake for at least the rest of this week. But as things go along, I mean, they know that they had a bit of a grasp. They knew that they had the kind of likes to be in the league of the rest of the teams inside of that playoff bracket. We just got knocked really short there in that first round, knowing they were up against West Virginia. So a tough opponent, but definitely plenty of time to make improvements to make them sure that they are ready to roll for this one.
Absolutely. I think this has been kind of the saving grace, it feels like, for all these teams, is saying, hey, if we still have our roster, what is left for us to do, right? Well, it's not to rebuild, it's not to regrow, it's to then develop your fundamentals a little bit more. And I feel like for both of these squads, it has always truly been the fundamentals are okay. It's consistency is kind of the issue. And that was the big thing for Ohio State, was that consistency factor. You had Dez, who we would always say he's Dezing all over the place. He's doing really good in the next map. He's just completely ghosted. You don't know where Dez is. And it's always this big question of why is this a factor for this roster. And I think for the side of OSU, it's because in some maps that is your go-to. Your duelist has to be that big pivotal player, but then for other maps that's not the case. So if your team is super required to have a good map ban, right? If your win or loss is based on your map ban, something's got to change, right? And it felt like that was almost the same story across the pond for Boise State, right? They needed Abyss. If they didn't get Abyss, it felt like they were struggling to find map wins under their belt. And I'll give you a bit of a sneak peek. Anybody that is going to face Boise State is going to ban Abyss against them, because it was their most played map. It was their best map. Everybody knows it. We drilled that point home every single week when Boise State was playing. That was just going to be the case. You'll see some highlights for both of these squads, but you'll see it most of the time for Boise State. A lot of those highlights are going to be in maps like Abyss.
Right, and I think honestly, I mean, looking at these two teams, we even had the graphic kind of pulled up there. There's a couple players, as you mentioned, those headhunters, those guys who are just right there in the front lines, always being there, those duelists. But it takes the entire team to kind of really get the game going. Even then, refer back to the last match, A77 playing that Tejo, nearly completely flawless across the board. I mean, it's over and over again. You got to have all these guys come together as a unit. And usually I like seeing those controllers really step up. And that's why we had Bot there kind of be inside that graphic. One of those players who had a lot of kind of highlight moments whenever Dez really kind of faltered to be that really heavy hitter that you saw him on some weeks and didn't see him in others. Bot was usually holding the mantle in those regards. And I think, honestly, we got to see that consistency rise for both these teams, because while Boise State had a great attacking side and loved to play that Euro and loved to have these kind of game plans for one half of the map, it felt like the other half was always faltering. So I think it's more of a philosophy problem for them rather than an actual performance thing.
Yeah, so do we see Boise State stray away from the Yoru one trick that we've been kind of seeing them, I would also say, be stuck within, right? I mean, it's been the fact for a lot of maps. It just doesn't work for most compositions. I'm going to argue maybe 60% of the maps. Maybe you could argue just 50% of the maps. It's really hard to make proper use of that Yoru Riot themselves had to nerf the Yoru for a while there because it was overplayed. It's really good as initiating duelist. It creates a lot of space. It can actively give information. It can open things up for your primary duelist. But then when you're having questions of consistency where the Yoru is valuable on certain archways and executions onto site, where the Yoru just isn't really there, then Riot's got to rebuff that agent.
Right.
And it turns into this big back and forth battle where right now it still sits about 50-50. Is this map going to be good for a Yoru play alongside another duelist, or would it be better used for a different agent, even if that isn't the primary choice for that player? And we're at the point for Boise State. This is an older roster, right? They're juniors, they're seniors. I think they have one sophomore, right? This is a team that has been here for a while. They've been building things, been playing across the university, been playing for other teams. They've been doing lots of things. We know Boise State likes to play multiple like tournaments. We saw them doing that towards the end, right before playoffs. They actually played in a lane, if I recollect correctly, right? Like they play outside of just like Division 1 and other things. They like to play. So why aren't we using those as experience points to kind of build up some other agents into your pool? Because frankly, it's arguably in my the biggest weakness besides their map pool is just having that Yoru feel like it has to be locked in. And for maps like Corrode, where the Yoru just doesn't feel as valuable, even maps like Haven and Bind, where I feel like those aren't super strong, it's going to become a problem. We see those come into play.
That is a crazy take, saying that Yoru on Bind isn't really all that.
It's hard. It's hard when you don't have something like a Raze in front of it, right? And we're not really seeing the Razes often from them. So that's where I'm really pointing that out towards.
I mean, that's a big thing, honestly, a big picking point here for the likes of Boise State. Just making sure to have that secondary duelist where the Yoru always feels like you just kind of let that guy do what he needs to do. Go off, do whatever, kind of just create this agent of chaos, go somewhere around the map, and just TP when you're ready. Get with the rest of the gang when they need it. That's really all it comes down to. Have a recall on hand, but besides that, I mean, it feels like if Yoru's playing his own game somewhere else around the map, he's got to be either ready to rumble on that flank, or he's got to be right there in the back line, ready to throw some flashes, ready to kind of give that support, because you're sacrificing either another initiator or another duelist if you really want to go ham on that point with something, as if we talk about Bind, like a Reyna, who could just throw out a Leer and kind of be there and provide another distraction to play with. But I mean, looking at Boise State, they always had those attack plans ready. Defense is kind of the big thing there, where, once again, need to have that recall ready to roll. You need to be with that squad. You need to be there for that retake. And sometimes on the defense, it feels like, once again, Boise State is kind of victim to a lot of the stuff that we saw in the last matches when it came to around these big point discrepancies, where they're just losing a lot of players before the retake even kind of goes underway. So, I mean, if aggression is going to be the name of the game, you got to bring it on the defense too. And you got to make sure that your gambles are really kind of hitting, and you have a team that consistently hits a site, so you know your percentages are in place.
So that also broaches the topic of having that Yoru on defense, right? When you're saying being aggressive, being able to facilitate that. Yoru's really good at being able to be a backliner on your defense, because they can obviously recall to either site wherever the decoy is, right? They've set it up for themselves, crash over to other end. But that still means your primary duelist, your other duelist, has to be more aggressive. So when one charge is made, make the other one do the other thing, right? And that comes down to communication, which I feel like a lot of the teams in Division 1 and are, 5th, 6th, 7th place down below, they're struggling to really cohesively bring those together. We talked a little bit in our first series of the night with Utah. Feels like one of those things that's really keeping them back sometimes is just a little bit of communication for these crossfires, what angles are actually available, the understanding of what your teammate sees without really needing to see what they see, right? So that depth of your game view knowledge and being able to translate it from one view to another and to assist out. For OSU and for BSU, I don't necessarily view those as problems. It does feel like more like OSU, it's inconsistency issues. For BSU, it's the more so they're consistent, which leads to problems of being readable and being expectable for a lot of teams. So those communications can just uplift a little bit further and then help you broaden past that, right? And I think the broadening is really where Boise State need it. And then for OSU, it's just getting that consistency, because they're a very entertaining team when they're popping off. They are one of the most fun teams to watch in Division 1. They could really put up a fight against a lot of these really good teams. I think it's even the preview right now, Ohio State actually leading over Maryville on a map like Corrode, right? So they have these moments where they can lead ridiculously good teams, even if maybe that was going there 100%, right? They have these moments where they can do that, but to get those moments requires them to be consistently locked in. And over a best of 3, they're already seeing problems with that. Imagine if it ever requires them to do it in a best of 5. That is a problem that they haven't had to get there yet, but it's so on the horizon with just a little bit more from them.
But it's something they got to figure out now before they even get around to the best of 5. Otherwise, you'll never see that if you don't figure that out now. Find a way to kind of iron things out. Just get yourself to that level of consistency where you feel like a well-oiled machine rather than something that works phenomenally at times and then just never works at others. It's one of those kind of almost prototype things of technology where you're thinking, this is the future, this is looking phenomenal, and then obviously the reason it never goes out into the press or goes out to the public is because, well, it's just not really there. All the safety features, it goes haywire sometimes, doesn't really perform to standard. And I mean, that's kind of why it doesn't go out there and why Ohio State needs to make sure that those safety precautions are put into place. You got to make sure that Dez can be in these situations where, hey, I'm not really performing this game, but I got to find other ways to provide value to the rest of my team. Or even then, when you are going absolutely ham, where you have guys who can really ride that wave, almost kind of like Santa in a sleigh. You know, it's like the reindeer are doing all the carrying, the hard work there. Santa's just throwing the packages out. I mean, it really depends on everybody has a part to play here. And it feels like Ohio State, sometimes we have like 1 or 2 people who are always right there in the limelight. But as a collective group, I mean, it's just, even then, it feels like they don't want to set them up sometimes. Like, that's a big problem. Talking about Dez and that duelist, talking about Bot kind of being that controller, initiator, always able to kind of hold things down sometimes. If things line up, they're good, but you can't have things line up every single time, and the team has to be there to make those opportunities.
Yeah, we did touch on coaching a little bit in the first series of the night. I feel like that could be another topic. Both these coaches have programs behind them, have great assistants, but it's this thing of where you have to understand where you're at, right, when building this and where your team's strengths are and build into that, but also be very quick to capitalize on where the weaknesses are. Shut those down. Find something that gets into the headspace of your players, right? Because they're individuals, they're people, so you have to talk to them in a way that they understand to break things down more efficiently. And it all comes down to who are you going to be able to rely on as a coach to step up for your team. We talked about Bot. I think we can turn it over to Boise State Skies. Skies is really darn good when the going gets tough. They rise to the occasion. It's the same thing for a lot of this Boise State roster. But again, comes down to those maps. If we go and throw over to what we have actually coming onto the table for today in terms of our map bans, I think the expectation will be that Ohio State bans Abyss either first or second. It's likely not going to be the choice. Honestly, if we were to see that map, I'd be genuinely amazed. They kind of got thrown around the ringer on it. A lot of teams did in a lot of ways. I mean, even at one point, Winthrop with their primary roster was losing on that map against Boise State. That's how tough of a team they are. So I would expect that to be banned out. Expect very aggressive maps, so you would like to see more than one duelist. So maybe something like a Haven where you can do a Yoru and an ISO combo would be a very solid choice for Boise State. Maybe something a little bit more aggressive like a Pearl could also be pretty good, but it's banned out for Split and Abyss for OSU. They opted for it second, maybe teasing the Boise State roster that Abyss could sneak through. Breeze and Pearl, though, did get banned by Boise State, leaving us with our 3 of Corrode Bind and, if required, Haven.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is to know how you talked about everybody likes to go ahead and ban the Abyss on Boise State. I mean, even then that wasn't Ohio State's even first ban. It was Split. Knowing that still Boise State let Corrode kind of slip through the cracks. That was the team that Ohio State, we talk about, led Maryville on there for a little long while, which is kind of scary in its own right, knowing what this team can accomplish. Knowing Des gets on that waylay, it feels like that's kind of where they had the guy kind of really put in his spot. Where when he's on that agent, you understand the role, you understand the kind of flow and function of everything. So the guys understand that, okay, this is when I can really start taking my shots. This is when that opportunity is presented to me because he's in the front lines. Problem is when you're not really in that situation, when you're on Bind, when you're on Haven, you don't really have that same exact kind of synergy, when you don't have that same utility letting you know and giving you those visual and audible cues of when to press the go button. That's something I'm hoping that they've really kind of went ahead, went back to the playbook, went back into the VODs, and started kind of really nitpicking and scrolling back through those frames to understand when they should be doing that.
Yeah, so the bigger question in my eyes, and I think, unfortunately, I'll have to relay this over to a college football analytic, which for either of these teams, if you're Ohio State, may be a little bit too close for comfort for you. You have to think of it like there's practical practice, right? And then there's just straight VOD reviewing. It's just straight watching film, getting the job done. I think that was what Indiana, Signetti preached. It's like they hardly did any physical practice. It was pure like film review, right? And look what that did for them, right? I think there are teams that do just that. I mean, we have seen plenty of teams, Dallas, that have done just that. It's film, and VOD review, and then they just let the players do their scrims in their free time. I think that is a functional way to do it, but I think there's also a very healthy balance. And it's very obvious to us as talent to watch a team and realize, going from week 1 to week 2, they didn't review this one thing that we saw was very obvious. We pointed out multiple times. We were harping on a consistent basis. Either they didn't review it or they did review it and they didn't learn from it, which is honestly, in my opinion, Dallas, more inexcusable than just not VOD reviewing in the first place, right? If you're going to actively watch something, try to break it down, and then not really learn from it, what was the point of kind of wasting that time when it could have been done in scrims instead? But VOD reviewing is so important. I feel like both of these teams have been fairly good about it, but this week 1, we could argue maybe it doesn't matter, but it did end up mattering to Ohio State when it came to playoff implications at the end of that last split, because their loss in week 2 to Boise State. They do not want to face one early again, this time 1 week earlier than it was the split prior.
I mean, yeah, even then, we went ahead, talked about the teams, and even then more, so we got to talk about the competition in front of us. I was confused as I'll get out looking at what Ohio State is providing to the table. I mean, obviously, we talk about Dez and the way, always kind of being not really a stable pick, but one they feel kind of pretty comfortable with. Not even here, kind of obviously playing, but on the Yoru, so Ohio State has clearly been drafting up, not new game plans, but entirely new roles for these players here today. And the Phoenix being on the server is something that nobody probably would have expected, but is here and has a man lead, at least for round 1 momentarily, until trades start coming through, damage starts to get dished out, and Ohio State clean things up.
Really good first round, a bit of a shock factor, like you said, in terms of agent selection. And it is a very interesting parallel to what we were kind of expecting, right? You don't have Boise State rocking out with that Yoru. Instead, it's actually Ohio State doing that alongside that Phoenix. So this weird dichotomy now where they're having to play into, an agent that they're so used to playing themselves. You'd argue that could be their strong point, but Dez is a scary, scary player. I would have honestly expected the Phoenix to be him instead, because we've seen that actually over on Haven from them. But instead, Patience will be locking that in, and it's going to be a very aggressive front, because a lot of times we've called Chamber kind of this pseudo-duelist. They're very aggressive as a Sentinel, and now they have the choice to really bring out any of which at any point. They just lack really the ability to close the gap efficiently beyond just that Yoru attempting to, crash forward and try to get a little bit of space. So changes will have to be made to the overall movement from Ohio State in comparison to what we saw in our first series of the night, but this is a team that is going to play much more methodical in its approach. You already see that here with the passivity early in round 2, despite having the gun advantage.
Yeah, even if it comes down to the agent selection being different, the flow of the map is going to be relatively the same. They're going to understand which corners to check, which places to clear, which, sections of the map that even then, more specifically, Boise State's going to be stationing themselves. The feel and just the presence is going to be relatively similar, so long as Boise State hasn't swapped up too much of that. And I think Ohio State, obviously, in a round 2 like this, even when it is an eco, this is kind of one of the places where it becomes a problem for them. But already, it's not haunting Ohio State in the slightest. In a 5-to-1 situation, they are knocking these guys down one by one and haven't even been answered yet.
Well, Prestige left alone now. Talked a little bit about the Pseudo Sentinel choice for a lot of teams. They like to rock just that Pseudo Sentinel of the Viper for a map like B, or for a map like Corrode for a site like B. But this time they'll actually bring out the Vice, which has been a popular choice for a lot of teams as well. When you have both of them, it creates a very solid contending defensive lineup for more specifically locking down that B site with maybe some viability to kind of rotate that Vice back and forth for some level of unpredictability, but as well as to lock down that mid courtyard and just how dangerous that mid can be for a lot of teams in attack to try to take both for either your A site link or your B site link. Those tertiary pushes can really destabilize a lot of defensive pressure, especially when it comes to that B site. You got to go a lot farther to get there into that link, but the dangers of it are even more parallel because of how far Vice needs to play forward in terms of a fight. Sky's, though, is really far forward inside B main, is able to secure Waldy, though, so you're losing out on your fate early for Ohio State, and that's going to be a hard-pressed initiator to lose value on, but you do have that Yoru to kind of sub in that utility, it feels like, for a lot of pushes going forward.
To a degree. Obviously it's going to be utility pushing forward, kind of giving assistance to your team by means of, deteriorating the vision of another person, but it's not the same as getting that information, knowing where to aim before you even really swing. And, well, you're just going to rely on Patience, who already has that kind of utility in hand, doesn't opt for it to push into that cosmic bubble, but still, understandably so, showing exactly how you can fall, victim to that. Making sure not to really kind of have an idea of when to take these shots or when to take these fights. Ohio State's already hemorrhaged not 2, but 3 players from that 11 pressing the W key. This team looks really good on the attacking side more times than not because they disrespect a lot of utility. But finally, with Boise State having a couple guns in their hands, it seems like they're going to start to slow down, start to respect this utility they didn't do during the first 2, and really kind of give Boise State a lot of leniency here to really kind of unfold this gameplay and find some early picks and just slowing down even more.
Yeah, and with the lack of weapons really dropped into Boise State's hand, we can officially call this round 4 as a true start to the overall battle that will be Ohio State versus Boise State. As everyone will have a rifle for both sides. There'll be a lack of armor for one player on the side of Boise State, and the defense will need to be capable of locking down these pushes. You can see the toxic screen being placed over here towards the A side. They're laying it so that it can get both bottom mid as well as the actual entrance into A main down that archway. They'll clear out elbow here. Pat's going for a quick use of the tether alongside the quick curveball, but it doesn't actually catch anybody off guard. Instead, it's going to rely on Bot to have some covering fire alongside Wally, who is forced as a sacrificial lamb. It's Ohio State coming through with now 3 kills in quick succession with only a loss of 1. And Dez has a visual onto at least one of the 2 targets currently peeking out from inside defender spawn, working their way towards A, waiting for the second flash to go out. There it is on the pop. The second extension from Skies in an attempt to save, but Prestige is in a tough spot. Great connection from that shot, just peppering up just the right way to the head, but not enough to save Boise State from another round loss.
Yeah, finally a round coming out from Bot, the player who I've been kind of thinking, hey, needs a little bit of sustainability there, definitely looks good, and finally has a shot, but even then, I mean, Pat, Dez already have done more than enough of their work for these first couple rounds. Boise State, I mean, it's going to be more so kind of on the attacking side that we really start to see him kind of come into form, because on this defensive side, I mean, you're just more so relying on that Vice over towards the B side, maybe funneling players towards the middle, funneling over towards A, kind of making them actually respect what's going on there, but we saw the Razor Wire earlier, we saw the wall kind of come into place. But Ohio State's entire game plan is to excel on this attacking side. You got to stall things here because you talked about that sacrificial lamb. Ohio State is setting up for that. They have the run it back. They have the dimensional drift. They have the nightfall. They just want to have something that covers a large area where you can essentially just press W without any concerns because every box has already kind of effectively been checked. And with 5 players there, you should be able to find a couple kills from it.
Well, it's a lot of early pressure coming out from Ohio State in regards to round 5 here towards B. A crash from Dez gets a ton of information that players are there, essentially treating themselves similar to that Waylay, right? That we see a lot of times, double dashing in, quickly recalling, waiting inside of main, letting the team kind of bury a lot of that utility. You're treating that Yoru the same way without having the duelist on maybe a choice that you are as comfortable with. But it is still Ohio State trying to stably set themselves up for a push towards the B side. And with that frag off towards the Vice of Boise State, Dez has made the call. Go for the dimensional drift, get into sight and play for this entire site take.
Yeah, just look for whatever players are going to be lingering about, and even if there's not, just know that they're probably going to be holding these outer edges, waiting for something else to happen. And there was Skies already stationed towards that tunnel, that B connect, towards the center of the map, knowing that, I mean, somebody's going to be in that angle. Just go ahead, check it, spray it down. If you end up dying, Ohio State had the numbers to play with there because they just want to press W and want to go ahead and keep on pressing the problem and making it where it feels like you're almost essentially kind of just completely out of breath, where you were just suffocating. And, well, Boise State, knowing that, I mean, the take's already been made. They've already done their push. Guys, they still have to keep themselves around the site, so that's the issue there. Suffocation no more. It is kill galore. Master with 4. That's 2 players remaining for the next, and Boise State find themselves a second.
That's exactly what you want to see. Finally, some back and forth and some equal measures between these two sides. For a map like Corrode, we talked a lot about it in that Utah matchup, saying, hey, Corrode is a map that's going to be predominated by one side over the other, and it's going to depend on the agent selection. It's going to depend on the team's, processes as they work through that map. If it goes back and forth, that spells really good for a second half, because Boise State just needs a little bit of leverage for that second half to fully come back in and under control, especially when they have a lot of the pieces of that proverbial puzzle, the Waylay to get through and close off some stuff. Ohio State doesn't have, 1, a Viper, 2, a Vice to really sentinel down those objectives, so their defense is arguably weaker than their very offensive front they have currently going for themselves. And that offense, it's working pretty darn well. Off with closed head, 1 frag early. Now they'll run it back coming out from that wall over again. They clear into link. They see Prestige. They don't check the corner. They want to not check the corner because they have to get the freebie from Skies, and they got 1. But it's not good for the second. It's a sacrifice I don't think Boise State would take again if they had a second chance at it.
I think they would if they just understand that. I mean, those shots just land a little bit quicker. I mean, no one was approaching to come from that time, knowing the space in between them. it would make the result a lot different because obviously, I mean, you're not going to be shooting the running back. You're not going to be giving that information away, letting you know, hey, oh, there's a guy in that corner. Who cares if I die from the running back? That's a free body that doesn't really attribute anything. And now you see it here. It's unfortunately still 2 players checking that. I mean, Ohio State, they love pressing the W key. They're going to check that instinctually anyways. Quite frankly, that's an advantage that you can manipulate for your own gain here, knowing that you can just go up for these long lineups, find those shots, because they're going to make a lot of noise really quickly, check everything in the process, and if, well, while they're doing that, swing out, maybe find 1-2, get that little rewind down. But Boise State doesn't have that yard to do that. It's purely Waylay you're relying on for it.
Speaking of relying, not very many weapons to kind of fall back on if you're Boise State. Master moves in heavy with a Sheriff, may play for the macro economy of an ult orb. Dez is close by, though. There's the smoke to officially go down. Master will not tease that ult orb just yet. Instead, we'll continue to walk through it, and Dez is lying in wait. It's one of those moments where you were expecting to see a lot like last semester. Dez either hits that shot outright or somehow loses to a Sheriff fight. It's really nice to see them connect and have patience nearby to kind of connect those two and make sure they have that solid front. This is a very solid Ohio State so far throughout this. It's a matter of keeping up that level of consistency. Dez will get all that Vice utility to pop off and more, removing a constellation in the process once they can recollect it with that smoke from their side. It's a really smart way to play this if your Ohio State looks well coordinated and kind of something that's been thought out more than just here's a couple agents that will really fit our personal styles. They're actually looking to work those together in a way that works for the map of Corona.
Oh, we're going to see how this goes because, I mean, you have a player right there up
30
towards the
seconds
middle.
left.
Going to let you know out of skies that, hey, they're pushing through, heading towards that A site. Just unfortunately couldn't find a pick off the back of this wraparound, but still know that they are going there. Guns aren't really in hand, but even then the placement is there where Skeletons can probably find something. Unfortunately can, and Koss could do the same. I mean, it's just small little kind of tidbits of damage going here or there, but knowing that, well, the damage of the Ohio State guns just do a little bit more, it makes those kills come out a lot more successfully for the moment. So, I mean, fine fights like that, I think with the full rifles in a round like this, where you do have those purchases inside your hands, and especially these 3 ultimates under your wings, I think you could get this one pulled out.
Yeah, a couple trouble points right now for Boise State is the hemorrhaging of first bloods. It's been a consistent problem for them through these 7 rounds, and we're officially into that halfway point of this first half where all those mistakes have to be very quickly fixed. A timeout could be a great way to make those adjustments, call out an individual, say, hey, let's try to adjust where you're standing, all these things and more. Because right now, Skelsis is doing a lot in terms of utility, but can't get kills, and then the utility doesn't matter if they're dead in the first place. So Boise State have to start to make more improvements for how far forward they want to play. We saw in that last series almost the complete abandonment of mid, and that was a very conscious effort and choice, Dallas. And it was something you highlighted, I believe, in like round 8 or 9. I would like to see maybe Boise State attempt to do the exact same thing here. Avoid that pressure of mid. Let Ohio State take it and play the numbers on site. Let them burn utility, but unfortunately, choosing the Sentinel and Pseudo Sentinel kind of forces you in to this very split divide that you're currently going for.
I think, honestly, I mean, I understand the move here from Sky. It's got to have that ultimate ready. You're going to have a kind of get out of dodge route to work with. I mean, you do have those dashes in hand, but I mean, even then, still, I'm surprised Ohio State didn't really kind of want to squeak up through that smoke, maybe find a little bit of a spray through, knowing players could be residing nearby. But the only thing you had to work with there is going to be Dez's gate crash, and that's something that's going to take a little bit to go ahead and pop off compared to the Waylay. So it's a lot of risks. You're saving it there for the push on towards this B site, but it's kind of weird seeing how many players are over there towards the middle of the map. The exchange and transfer towards B is way quicker than it is to A, and Ohio State still opt to go into this just absolute funnel of just hunkered down players.
Yeah, slight too far of a TP there from Dez puts him in a spot where they're actually not covered from that B elbow. And you have a perfect lying in wait player, Prestige, executing instantaneously, and the rest of the team capitalizes in very swift motions. That's the way Boise State have been good about it on their offenses. When they do things, they do them together fairly well. But Ohio State, when they do play those rounds and they get into these sites, you'll notice how fast they do it, and it's in a way that Boise State can't react in time. So a game of really reaction speed right now, it feels like, so far through Corrode. And for as aggressive of a map this is, both offensively and defensively, it is no surprise to me that we're seeing it go in this way. It's a first blood, though, finally in favor for Boise State. Skies executes Dez. Pat is in a very bad spot in terms of utility being barraged against them. Skies will have to take a second step back after using the util to hinder Pat. Patience will move forward another time, stepping through their molly, but at the same time, you're losing players behind you that need to back you up because Master has kind of gone unseen at the top of mid, just outside of that B-side link.
Right, and Sky is able to slip out for the time being, not having their lives claimed in the process of that little skirmish there towards the A side, but even then still, you have other players sitting around, like Skelesis towards the middle of the map, letting you know that, hey, there's not one that's dead, but there's a second one behind him. And since you've went ahead and cut off Pat over towards that A side, he's going to be moving through the map. More than likely manage to get towards that A side because B has all this utility, and Isotopic cannot push through that solo because, well, as a chamber, you're going to hit literally everything, especially considering your health pool.
Isotopic will have to wait out this
30
toxic
seconds
screen for
left.
just a moment. Worried about that A link, but currently it's the player in pocket you need to be more concerned with. Skies already has 2 in that round to make it a 3rd with the execution of the final player of Chamber. Boise State have etched that round disparity to just 1 between the two. It's 5-4. Ohio State, well, when you see them win rounds, they were doing it by pretty big margins, but letting Boise State get one, not just a flawless the round before the last, but that last round go really in their favor by, I think, an over expenditure of Ohio State to try to deal with that player of Skies, which ended up just kind of feeding the beast and allowing other players to sneak through and get good moments like that control of bottom mid, which finally pans out for Boise State. Those are going to have to be things that get capitalized on every single time, not just 1 or 2 times. And the Nightfall comes out early from Boise State in an attempt to keep Ohio State away from that really fast pace that I was saying was winning them those rounds prior.
Right, I mean, they definitely slowed down. I mean, we'd like to see Ohio State the way they kind of put their pedal to the metal, but it gets to a point where eventually, when they're not running out of gas, it's just the terrain isn't allowing it for that to happen anymore. They have to slow down, otherwise this entire thing is going to crash and burn. So, seeing how things are going with these ultimates that come out earlier, the long ways they like to kind of have those to allocate over and over again to throw bodies at a problem. They get to run it back, they have the dimensional drift. They want to make sure they hit at least 6 with this one last hurrah before they really kind of go for that investment and just let these rounds kind of bleed out.
Ooh, Master of Spot has to use the Convergent pass to ensure they can get those 2. Isotopic working with the Tour de Force straight to the leg of Master. They'll even go for the Resurrect after the fact in hopes that the Not Dead Yet can give them one more, and it does! Now a chance for Isotopic and more. Des swings it with a buck. He trades that out now for the Vandal that was dropped and has to go into B-site in quickly. 30 seconds is plenty of time to go for this, but they want to get this down and get a couple extra seconds of that spike detonating just to be sure, as you'll have to have Skelesis work in from the flank, clearing out the little bit of chamber utility that is still in play. And Isotopic still has the Tour de Force, the boomstick in hand, and it's a sniper v sniper battle inside this link. And I don't know if Skelesis will be aware of that fact. Here's the choice, working out now, going for the garden and attempts to drop the weapons out of their hands. They know Isotopic is here around the corner. They've been waiting long enough, though. The first shot from the Tour de Force doesn't connect. The second one waiting around the band. It goes through. Skelesis has to refrag. 1v1, one player. Dak inside it. It's Dez locking in when required. Ohio State get to 6. They break even guaranteed at halftime.
Love moments of trust like that between teammates, understanding that, hey, all right, you know, things aren't looking too hot. You know, both players are coming through on that connection from mid to B. But, I mean, Dez is just saying, hey, Isotopic, just I'm playing Yoru. I'm playing Yoru. That's my job. I got to create chaos. I can't play the way they want me to play. I can't swing this with you. I can't be inside that fight. If you could just find one, knowing the timer is ticking down, that's where I can come in towards the back end. That's where I can just come in right on the timing. And right when their guard is down, knowing they're tapping that spike, knowing they're going to be looking for me, that's when you really take that chance to strike. So it's situations like that where the Yoru comes into play in a post plant, obviously, but here to push up. We saw the dimensional drift at the very beginning of the round, but the running back is what's being employed as a substitute for the moment. Didn't really find as much value as we do see them not really getting kills off of that, but Waldy has made sure to follow suit, find one alongside Bot, and knock Boise State down not only 3, but 2 players so quickly.
Ooh, flash being readied by Patience.
Player standing.
You can put the curveball away, and thankfully Waldy is still good for that frag without needing to remove the retinas of prestige in the process. This guy now has a 1v4 in front of them, and even if they lose this, the credits could be a problem. You're heading in the final round, but you can spin everything no matter what if it comes down to it. They're ready themselves to go in for that double dash and maybe a little bit more. One player inside of Elbow gets some good damage. Patience swings after the fact, though, and Oh, they go. Pop goes the Weasel. It's a 7th round win for Ohio State off of a little bit of tango towards the end there on site in the 1v4 for those two players to continue to swing. And credits, like I mentioned, they were going to be dry for Boise State, but it's the moment where you have credits, you got to spend them anyways. What would be the point without it? At least you have one ultimate to work with. And defensively, the Viper's Pit is a darn good one, but you're dealing with a cosmic divide that I feel like hasn't been a big factor for Ohio State so far in this first half, which very well could be the answer to quickly sprinting onto this B site and just usurping control as quick as can be.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much emphasis on the cosmic divide when it comes around the attacking side because, well, you got the dimensional drift, you have the running back, and the nightfall, all to kind of do that for you. But in a round like this, obviously, you're looking to isolate all these players on the other side of the wall, throw the nightfall out, cover the half that's remaining still there, where you should have a read on other players that are present, and, well, then maybe get yourself on the site. But the issue is it took too long to do that. Sky's already had the dashes available to him, gets right into a position where you have her set up with that judge, get a couple players who want to push out, and, well, Ohio State, congratulations, even with all that ultimate expenditure, you are still left with nothing, right back to, you know, square one. But hey, you could have queued a huge rotate, nice little push over there. But this creates a lot of chaos not having eyes on that B site just yet. That's why they're probably going to go ahead and do a little bit of a check towards that area of the map to see if they see any green, because A would clearly be the better spot, but you don't know if A's being held by itself with that Viper's Pit now.
Call's been made. They notice Master's shoulder there in top mid window. They're still going to go over towards Link. When you know you force the Viper's Pit, there's only one spot it can be, and the player's likely going to be sitting on that ramp in the first place to sit within it. There's the judge out from Skies. Unfortunately, it's only damage dealt to one player of Pat, and the rest does not go
30
anywhere.
seconds left.
It's KOS still trying to play within their Viper's Pit in hopes that they can keep this up and waiting, but it's ticking by faster and faster every time they exit out from it, and they need to start to extend into sight to actually make themselves useful. There's that stinger from a distance. It can bite pretty hard, and Waldy is now paying the price for being visible for just nary a moment. And it's an even 3-on-3. KOS still looking to extend out from this, wanting teammates to join in alongside them. Both sides coming from Link, but there's one player up in tower, and Pat has been good about finding and finishing off these kills at a distance. Dez executes KOS on the next extension outwards. The quick use of the attempt at a wall from your own Phoenix does buy time for Ace Kelsis to go for one more, and it's Isotopic Heroes time to shine. No longer do they need Dez behind them. They will guarantee Ohio State the round win and be double the round count over Boise State entering the second half.
I mean, closest game we've gotten so far, I mean, easily. So thankfully we can ask for at least an 8-4. Obviously not the exact lineup that Boise State wants unless they're on the upper end of that. But seeing Ohio State obviously expecting this map, what you're capable of, what you've done in the past, this is a great hold coming up from Boise State. Wonderful answers and rounds, giving themselves some relevancy. I mean, sure, not the biggest strings put together compared to the, you know, at least 3 sets of 2 back-to-back Ohio State bound, but I mean, still managing to find maybe 1 or 2 of those in the process to get yourself some relevancy here. And I just really am curious to see what they have cooking on this attacking side, because their game plan won't be the same. They're going to be flexing around the map. They're going to be looking for these picks. They're going to be looking at Ohio State players to kind of overexert themselves with the amount of duelists they have on their hands. But, I mean, it could just be Pat waiting with that, or Isotopic, better yet, with that operator in hand, or even more so, that Tour de Force, Headhunter, whatever it may be, in these longer lineups. But instead, funny enough, it's over towards the B site where he's going to be allocated, and they don't know that just yet.
Does get some early info and an attempt to get some damage out, but neither side gets the upper hand, though arguably Boise State may be worse for wear having that player be spotted. Ohio State will fall back as needed and lay down yet another Astra smoke to make sure they can't move in through that B archway just yet. And they won't even rotate any players over. It's the same idea. Ohio State deep within mid, watching from not just the first cubby, but maybe looking to send a player down deeper into second cubby as well. But Boise State have rotated now all 4 of the players besides Skies, and now Skies as well, to work their way into a clear out yard, clear out pocket, get into that site and play for the fight. And they have that full confirmation of visual as they peek in 2 players from Link. Pat gets 1, though they do lose Walde. Bots on site with a frenzy. Good for some damage and a kill for the first, evening thanks to a 3-on-3, but Master isn't done with just the first. The overhill keeps them online for the second and locks down yet another one. It's Ohio State playing recovery now. The spike goes down in this post-plant scenario, and Skies is low on HP, but still driving the nail into the coffin of Ohio State. It's a 3K for Master, and Boise State get 5 rounds now under their belt.
Yeah, beautiful exchanges there from Boise State to kind of come out on top there. I mean, obviously the numbers on site when you're playing for those close quarter fights, you know that a couple players of Ohio State already have coast in their hand, and sure, but I mean, with the Classic to be playing with, making sure you kind of work with that eco, make sure that gun, it's as amazing as it is for it being free, utilize those angles, utilize that kind of close quarter skirmishes that you're looking for to the best of your ability, and really just make sure your CQB is kind of really lining up in that regard. And even still, Isotopic, you saw it there. Kind of really didn't have the crosshair on hand, didn't have another option to shoot there with, and well, that ended up being your downfall because you had a couple more players waiting and lurking about to go ahead and capitalize off that. So fighting a first round, knowing that you were down 4-8, this could be number 6, looming ever closer for Boise State to maybe find themselves a lead in this and really kind of turn things around this attacking side when they have all the control within their hands.
Equal measure so far. Every player for Ohio State playing deep in to kind of contest maybe a 1v5, which is not a stat line you typically see being used very often, especially when it's all 10 players still standing. But still Boise State to find that frag and shut that down. And the rotate will be made back to attacker side spawn. It's a post-plant scenario. You'd be hard miss to assume it's anything but, as Boise State have gotten onto the B site and will wait there. I think Ohio State are planning to die to the detonation of this spike. They will wait to get in until absolutely necessary to do so. There is a vice wall just in front of them that will go off and maybe could be a problem in terms of time if they don't all jump through it at the same time. They'll stop and wait for just a moment. They're all standing on top of it to make sure they do cross. Oh, well, a little bit awkward for the two that got stuck behind. I think they planned that out, but they want to die to the spike detonation, not to the players. They'll play really hard to try to knock down one or two. There it is. Do they get Skelsis as well? They do, and everyone will fall. Honestly, a valid round for Ohio State, knowing that they dropped 2 weapons there right at the end, and most of the team died to the detonation of that spike. Denying a lot of credit to the opposing side.
An amicable tactic. I mean, there by the end, already considering that, I mean, you're on the opposite side of the map. Things didn't line up for you when it came around to actually holding that plant and knowing that you're looking for an answer. Look at to rip a couple guns out. Have some relevancy inside of that round. Just, you know, at least show a bit of an idea that, okay, we were in the server. That's the best way to do it. Just play for those exits, but better yet, not just as a one-man kind of army, just trying to squeak things out as we typically see, but as an entire unit where you can guarantee that 1-2. But, I mean, Skells is getting a couple ultimate points. Not really the best look here for Ohio State. So that's one of those things that we're looking to see whether that has an impact later. But at least for right now, the bigger guns is a much bigger pain point.
Dez just executing Skies, who try to go in up over the top quickly into that A-Link. They did that through a smoke. They were able to get the kill directly to the head. So now Boise State essentially losing out on a ton of momentum that they could have had to go for that dual-pronged approach into A side. Even if Skies was just being treated essentially as a distraction, it doesn't really matter. Great call out to assume for Dez that a player is up on top of stack there, but unfortunately a perfect flash being sent out by Boise State the moment that drops inevitably leads to no eyesight and a frag going the other way. And Boise State will equalize on a 4-on-4, and they'll still have Spike ready with 2 players off towards A side in hopes that maybe they can find enough pressure in mid to either force Ohio State to vacate the area and give them an avenue over towards Link, but if they can't, move one of those players over to A main, if not both of them, and use it as a last-minute push if required to close off that angle for the rotate in back to site for Ohio State. It's Bot, though, with a good headshot towards Prestige. Scales is using that new pistol, the Bandit, to take down Bot. And even 3-on-3 battle, the rotate is being called out for Ohio State to get over towards A, because as of the current moment, nothing will stop this Boise State roster from getting the spike down.
Most definitely will not, unless it is an onslaught of players coming from Ohio State. I mean, clearly, though, as we talked about during that pistol round, having these kind of CQB weaponry to play with, knowing that you're kind of in these avenues where things are still pretty optimal for you. The one thing I'm pretty sure that could stop you would be PAP, but already shut down in the process. This cost for 2 is Isotopic in a 1v1 situation. You were just playing to deny. And I don't know if the Snakebite is available to the hands of Kaz at the moment, because, I mean, you could just use that to funnel a player out, and that would have already come into play there, but that is not the case. Finally pushing up, and time is not there. Stick it! Why not? Just see what happens, because you're in a situation where win or loss, you're barely carrying anything over, but hey, you get a round as a consolation prize, and, I mean, funny enough, that was the entire goal.
It's planted for elbow, and they're holding a yard take, right? There's nothing you can do there. You're on plat. It's Boise State, unfortunately, being stuck in a spot where you knew where the player was coming from, and because of that, K-West has to move, retroactively to reflect what has unfortunately happened to them in that moment. And Ohio State's Isotopic Hero capitalizes. A beautiful read on a scenario where you have to trust in not just sticking the plant, but you have to trust in the mindset of that player from Boise State to say, hey, they're going to think I'm faking it. They're going to think it's going for the fight. It's planted really well for me. Might as well. It's a 50-50 odds anyways. I either get it or I don't. I'm going to make sure that's the case. Ohio State will get first blood out of Dez, though. Skies goes upwards and fails to retract, and now it leads into a player advantage that's quickly just sent back the other way by Skelis taking out their doppelganger, and Prestige removing one more. So Boise State have a spike down on B site, a player up, though weapons could have been there for Ohio State. It seems to be an eco round for them. Boise State are not just retracting a lot of the value they could have had. They are still sending everything at the problem in hopes that it'll be enough to come away with the victory, as Bot has nothing but a Bucky and a Sheriff, and well, they've got nothing left after a quick spray through that smoke. It's Boise State getting up to 7. Nobody has reached double digits yet in Dallas. It is truly back and forth, and Ohio State will call a timeout to talk things through because they don't want to let this second half get close.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. You're sitting so close to double digits, and I mean, usually at the double digits point is where we see these checkpoint chokehold kind of situations where teams feel like they're in that kind of, finish line situation where they're like, okay, final 3, countdown right here, right now. But it ends up being that teams who are behind in that regard feel a little bit more hungry to catch up and know that they want to at least be on even footing. And Boise State, thankfully, kind of getting ahead of the cut on that, knowing that they want to find this lead early. They want to find these rounds and answer. Sure, they've given one over, expectedly so in these early rounds of the second half, but knowing that they've come out definitely on top with a 3-1, you're seeing that, I mean, they are just kind of cooking things up, knowing that they are playing a lot more patient, knowing they're catching these Ohio State guys off. I think they're really just more so kind of collaborating on where do they typically hit and how do they typically hit, because it just feels like a lot of these guys are getting caught off guard, because when you're running that double duelist, it's the same thing that we've seen plague Boise State in, the split prior, where on this defense, they've had so much of an emphasis on the duelist, so much of the emphasis on fighting that they couldn't really play for the retakes because, well, they're kind of playing for the mid-round. They're trying to squeak things by, trying to push up silently, when your utility doesn't really help that. It helps moment-to-moment decision-making, and Ohio State is not really pulling the trigger on those.
Yeah, so slight hesitations, slight miscalculations, I guess, and I guess player mindsets maybe could be a good way to describe it as well, can ultimately be a big factor for a lot of teams. For Ohio State, though, they get first blood, but Isotopic re-extends and hopes to find a second one. And unfortunately, all the value gained off of that is truly lost, except for the fact you took down an initiator. So something to gain, but you lose out on that Sentinel retake ability and the clutch factor of Isotopic, who's been so good at the ending moments of these rounds, as you saw throughout the entire first half. 2 big rounds of, notice more specifically, the one alongside Dez, the one right there towards the end where they had the 1v1, where they were responsible for the clutch against Skelis, as well as very early, I think round 3 or 4, where they had to clutch up a 1v1 to secure that round victory as well. So lacking that player could be a big problem. That curveball goes not where Bat was expecting it to. They will not be able to capitalize on that after the fact, and they'll lose Dez in that same swoop, with Waldy now trading out the weapon to make sure they have something a little bit more, comprehensive to work with as the rotate's been called for Boise State to make their way to B.
It's definitely been called, but will it be successful? I mean, you have so many Ohio State players kind of not really surrounding you, but surrounding the map. And they're not really quite sure where they're going to be going for this execution. I mean, you look at the clock, you look at 24 seconds, you're going to see and it should be a very easy call for Ohio State to say, hey, guys, I need you to flood it over here. I need you to be on this side. I need you to be present because you need this backup. And, well, a good call has been made to just not really take any fights just yet. Wait for the players to set up the borders. Go ahead. Have those kind of connecting shots available to you. But the one thing is Bot is stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know he's in that connection. You know that no players can really back him up there. But finding that kill opens up a massive window here for Ohio State to really take advantage of this. I mean, run it back in hand. Go ahead. Throw a player out there. Put a gun on the field. Put a guy in your hands. And maybe give someone a bit of trade to play with. And there it is. One to count. But with the Clove not dead yet in play as well, you essentially had 4 guys. And that being your first line of defense makes it a very easy call to say, go ahead, use it, you may die. You were going to die anyways, but we get around now.
Yeah, and I think that's a slight miscalculation on the side of Ohio State. Hat goes in with the run it back. They should have been the first player to swing down inside of Hut on site to deal with that clove, but instead it's your player swinging out of elbow. The elbow player loses their life, which should never have been the case in a moment like that. So all of the point of that run it back, which was to isolate that first player, be someone that is truly expendable, because that's what the ultimate is, while also being valuable as a gun. And you have to trust that Patience is going to get that kill, and if they can't, that you will close in after the fact. They did it, and Ohio State bleed a player that they absolutely shouldn't have, and a player that could have been there to then close out the not dead yet player resurrecting after the fact. So these are big mistakes that will give Boise State the leverage needed to close the round disparity, and they're now one away from that possibility. Skies ready's in for a double dash, gets there into the back, tries to go for something, gets tethered, which pulls them quite the distance back closer to Dez, but truly it seems like Ohio State have gotten the better end of that thanks to a kill, and overall Boise State will be forced away from B, and for the time being, as this smoke will continue to stay layered, but I don't think they truly want to leave this position. They think the speed and generosity they can have towards this side with their utility should favor them, and so they'll go in fairly heavy with a swing by Skies to deal with Waldy, and then KOS will spray through that crate to deal with Dez.
Just looking for something here on the side of Ohio State. I mean, obviously, you're seeing the swings come through. You're seeing the players station themselves to take these fights, but they're just losing every single one of them one by one. Skies is making quick work of the entire team. Not really in function or form to get that ace because, well, the kills aren't available, but hey, you can be pretty darn close if I didn't cast or curse you. Sorry. It comes down to Pat in a 1v2 situation. No running back this time to play with, and you got two ultimates facing you as well, but I doubt there's going to be ripped in the time being. You want to use those for bigger and greater instances, just in general, because Prestige finds the kill, gets another round, ties Boise State up with Ohio State, and we are getting ourselves a game here to finish things off.
Scouts, where are you looking? They walk into B-Link. They're checking every corner and cubby. Remember, your teammate has perfect line of sight of them currently swinging from top mid. It is what it is. Communication, timing is really difficult, but it is still good for Patience to collect 2 kills to get that much closer to that run it back. So they're already halfway to it once again. And with how close this series is right now, tied 9-9, ultimates are actually going to be the biggest difference maker. And look, Boise State have 4 of them now in their back pocket. Expect to see a convergent pass if they start to feel a lot of pressure from these shots being traced back their way. If they notice it's more than just 1 or 2, they could have used it. That hit the head of Skelesis, but it didn't kill. They're still alive with 27 HP. The head flicks back, but it doesn't matter. Ohio State may have been robbed of that frag, but it's still Boise State making sure that they could still have a chance to peek in towards this B side as a flank from attacker spy comes out from bot, but Prestige barely takes any damage, knocks them down, puts Boise State in the lead on player count to work their way towards a site that I think they haven't really still made a decision yet on with 60 seconds left.
Well, with 60 seconds left, I mean, there's still plenty of time to make a shot call here, but it looks like Ohio State's the one really kind of pushing the point to kind of settle this round. They're not in a situation where they can really be holding on site. They don't have the utility available for it. Knowing that you have an initiator and a duelist, you feel like you have better odds here to kind of push out, maybe bring the fight to some people. Just don't trip that fence and let them know where you're at. And with that spike not planted, that would be a really big investment, quite frankly. I mean, they're going to go ahead and cross that line, cut themselves off from the A site, invest the ultimate there from Boise State, too. A nice little fake there coming out from them. They're going to invest everything just to kill this one guy. Meanwhile, it's Boise State's all over that A side.
Player standing.
Oh, and Skelesis stands true for the first. So not only did you burn everything to do so, but Boise State get a free plant onto site and knock down one of the 2 prongs that were working in to be on that distraction. That is an IGL coaching decision from Boise State that I think is so undervalued in the state of collegiate esports, especially for Valorant. You have to be willing to make big cost decisions to pay out for you at later points in time. Razor Vines go down. Now Patience is going to have to buy even more time or take the damage of stepping through this. The Toxic Screen will also be likely to go up. They'll step in within their own wall to try to get a little bit of healing off after the fact. They'll go in to tap this now, but it's a quick spring by KOS. They know, they get it. Boise State, the first to double digits, and Ohio State have been gate-kept from that stat line, and everyone will die at the end of the detonation, but it may not matter for Boise State. They were pretty much rolling in credits with the success of round wins they've gotten, now 4 in a row to this squad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the attacking side, seeing what they can hold up against the likes of Ohio State on the attacking end of the game. I mean, seeing when they were on defense and they could find some good fights, really set themselves up for success. I mean, when you have the pacing of the game inside of your hands, it shows what they're really capable of. And even then, we've already talked about and praised Boise State's attacking side. I mean, it was always looking good. It always had the Yoru, but now not having it, showing they're more open to different agents and having a little more utility to play with. As you can tell, does a lot more for them, I think, in the bigger course of this thing. Is they are running through round number 20, excuse me, because they want to wrap this thing up. Double-digit checkpoint chokehold is not a problem for them unless Wally has something to say about it.
Well, that's 2 rifles that are collectible. One's only a meager Guardian, but still, if you get both players over to grab those, you're in a pretty good spot. Bot is still opting to go in with a Sheriff. It'll be a Garden to come out for Boise State. They just want to ensure that Ohio State can't use the weapons they grabbed. That coulda, woulda, shoulda moment, though, from Waldy. Maybe the difference maker for not just this map, but it could very well be for the series as well. Vandal picked up by Bot, 1v3 scenario in front of them. You also have to worry about the fact it's a Viper's Pit in front of you, and you have to step within this and fear the decay that comes in after the fact and where these players could be lying in wait. Shoulder could have been spotted, may not matter.
No.
There's Master dead. Bot will swing in close. Shorty just there. They didn't notice that they weren't spotted. KOS will round this corner. One bullet could be the difference maker. It won't in this one. The round will be won by Boise State, though everyone will fall. Boise State are happy for it. A round win is a round win, especially when the score is this close.
Hey, I mean, Boise State's probably thinking, look at you, boy. That's a nice constant divide you got there. Too bad that we still have plenty of money. Another round under our hands now, and even then still, another ultimate of our own, and plenty of guns. It's almost like nothing happened to us, and we couldn't care what the result of that round was so long as that spike went off, and that's exactly the inevitable ending that they had. So seeing Ohio State with these 3 ultimates, I mean, I think that's obviously why they're calling the timeout. I mean, it's at a point and kind of make or break for the game. You're looking to really throw Boise State off their game, find that flip in the economy, make sure to kind of put them at a detriment for a little bit, and give yourself something with the window of ultimates that you have now to kind of give yourself that even standing where even then you could hopefully squeak something out if you hit that, say, like 10-12, 11-12, where you can maybe get one more and force it into an OT. But it's just, that's going to be a lot of kind of predicting that's going on here inside the comms right now, trying to figure out what you can do with the run it back, whether or not you're going to be playing more so back, playing for the retake, doing a full investment on a side, or whether you still want to play kind of sporadic, because you can already see him getting ready to set up for it.
Well, how much is this timeout going to truly reflect and help Ohio State? 60 extra seconds to talk things through, and I would have done it at 3 rounds in a row from Boise State. But a call has been made internally for Ohio State to wait on it, and they're now going to have to lie in the bed that unfortunately has been laid before them. The defense of Ohio State has left more to be desired. The speed of Boise State, we noticed early for Ohio State, their speed started to get stalled out by a good Boise State defense. We didn't know how much that would reflect the second half, but we're seeing it here. Aggression incarnate from Ohio State. 4 players in B main, now just 3 remaining. Good execution from Pat, but Skies is a monster. The player we were saying to keep an eye out for, and they are keeping eyes on the floorboards, dropping heads to the ground and making sure Ohio State have nothing they can work with. It's a 3K for Skies, and it puts Boise State at match point.
Match point.
Well. From the 4-8 to a 12-9. What a shutout of a second half so far. I mean, beautiful looks from Boise State. Just really hammering that. I mean, their attacking side is phenomenal. I mean, they love to go ahead, use and exercise the entirety of the map, really flex themselves out there, and know they had these 2 ultimates to really just kind of settle things, find that initial push with the waylay, even then have that second player, run it back, not dead yet situation with the clove in hand. I mean, they got plenty to work with, and I mean, I can't really curse anything here. I mean, it's their fates that are set right now, but with the ultimate coming through, clearly the go button is being pressed.
Yep, Skies goes in quickly again, gets a hander towards the backside of elbow. Master swings in heavily, but doesn't take the shot. Forced now to use the not dead gap, but look at Ohio State swinging in with fervor. Bot comes in hard and heavy and has some assistance behind it, and Ohio State do not want to be sent into map 2 just yet. They want to take the victory on Kuro, but to do so, they'll need 2 more in a row, 3 in total, and to get through overtime. There have been quite a lot of dangerous overtime scenarios in a map like Corrode. In Dallas, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like we're seeing a battle between whose attacking team good. They both are, but whose defending team is better? Because the difference maker has been that Ohio State's defense has not been able to pull up enough rounds in comparison to what Boise State were able to do, breaking up the concurrent spree of attacking wins that Ohio State had in the first half.
I mean, you're only finding 2. I mean, seeing how it is. I mean, even if Ohio State, meets the mold that Boise State found initially, able to find 2 every here and there. I mean, they got to do it right now, and they can't do it just for 2. They have to find 3 because Boise State's kind of entire order of rounds has been so much more flushed out, so much more consecutive, and so much more clean. And well, unless they finally going ahead, getting fed up with what they had to work with and making sure that they bring the problem to them back in their spine. But, paying the price for it. The last round, as good as an attempt it was, I mean, I understood the hunger, I understood the execution, but the issue is it only deals with the players that are on site. And obviously, when you invest that much, there's no way Ohio State isn't just going to go ahead and press the W key to meet that immediately. And, well, they were just kind of there, set up already. So nice little exchange once again going through, but the numbers in a slow and steady round like this, 1 for 1. It is Boise State with the lead once more. A player on site, Spike going down, Viper towards the back. You know you only have really one direction to watch from here out.
Spike planted.
All right. Ohio State, make it a breaking moment quite literally for the map of Corrode. To win this round, you have a chance to then force OT. You lose, it's out. It'll be on to the map of Bind instead, and this is something that, I don't know, for Ohio State and the way that Boise State have played as well, they get to maybe move back over to that Yoru into the comfort zone, and the way we've seen Bind kind of play out overall in the scope of Division 1, Ohio State will need to try to secure victory here first on Corrode to then play for a second, if not a third. Waldy will come in from elbow, won't matter. Isotopic gets dusted by Skies, and Prestige steps up to swing the home run kill for Boise State to secure that map as a whole. The series isn't over, but my goodness, is that the way to set the tone? Offense is king for both of these teams. It is the 2 best offenses, clinically speaking, in terms of that's their strength in Division 1. That is by far their favorite thing. But the defense needs to step up against that level of offense. And obviously, Boise State's was just barely better than the side of Ohio State's to secure enough in that first half to make that second half that much more doable and with that much of a difference in rounds at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, with the disparity of rounds, even then more so, obviously, Boise State having that leg up when it came around to the attacking side. I mean, Ohio State, when we saw that kind of 7-8 round, once you get to that point where you're looking at equilibrium, you got to start figuring out the defense there. Otherwise, it's going to be a little too late. Because if you make those adjustments late in, we're already going to see and then be in overtime by that point if you do actually end up going back and forth where it's just whatever defense is acclimated better. And we saw Boise State had those adjustments in play much sooner than Ohio State did. And I think that was going to be the one thing, as you said, attacking sides are going to look phenomenal from both these sides, especially on Corrode, see what we just witnessed there. But even then more so, whose defense is going to look to have less mistakes rather than just look better in general. And I think Boise State definitely kind of had a couple more things lining up for them there. But, I mean, hey, who knows what we're going to have for the next couple, because even if we do go to a map number 3, it shows that both teams are willing to kind of get these players into new roles and into new agents and kind of switch things up a little bit, and that makes the game that much more interesting and a lot more close.
Well, speaking of close, this one is still very close. It may be 1-0 for Boise State, but the Ohio State University is not out for the count just yet. We'll be back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Who will become the victor for our final series of the first weekend of Division 1 for our second split? Time will tell. You want to be here. Don't miss it.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
felt human. Am I alone? Do I belong here? They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say of me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between
Welcome back, everybody. Map 2 is about ready to go underway, and we talked a lot about the emphasis on defense for these two teams when it came to Map 1. Well, Bind is not as one-sided of a map, right, like in the mindset, but it's still that is going to be really dominated by a team who's fast, who's swift, who gets the job done, and it's up to the defense to control, temper, keep you back, because if you don't, well, jobs are good in that first half may be over before you even know it.
Yeah, and even then, more so, obviously, as it's fast and aggressive, there's a bigger emphasis on who feels more comfortable here, because aggression is going to be present on both sides, and, well, that's where I got Boise State, because, well, they chose this one, and quite frankly, Bind being that map where we talk about the Yoru, we talk about what we see out of Boise State overall. This is one of those maps they also went ahead to face against West Virginia inside the playoffs. It's a pretty heavy hitter of theirs, and they really enjoy being in this place. I feel like it's their second to bat when it comes to besides Abyss. So when we look at what this team can do, what they enjoy, I mean, this map just checks every single box. And I think looking at their defense, what they did during the prior map of Corrode, I think this one should look a little bit better for them, which is scary for me.
Yeah, so fear is definitely ever present in yours and I's mind, right, about how this one could go out. But imagine how Ohio State is feeling right now as well. Their map pick doesn't go the way they wanted. Now they're heading over to the opposition's map pick. They felt how this one goes down. They know that they have a Yoru one trick on the side of Boise State, and yet we don't see it coming out. And this map is the one that we were talking about earlier, saying it's really good if you have another duelist alongside it. They don't care about having another duelist alongside it. They want just Skies on that waylay. They felt comfortable on Skies prior for the waylay on map 1 for Corrode, and they'll bring it out here for the second one just the same. So love. Cannot understand how much I love this out of Boise State. That Ohio State have gone for it, and the waylay alongside it. They want that pseudo Sentinel as the only Sentinel option, and they have a lot of initiation power for Boise State out of the Sky and out of that Teo. So they have a flushing initiator and a stalwart initiator that can pop flash for themselves. So love to see this from both sides. It's going to be a very different approach no matter what the case is. But remember, offense is the strong suit for both of these two teams throughout map 1 and heading into map 2. Defense is where the difference is made, and Ohio State starts there first.
I can't imagine what measure of degree they had to go to just kind of force master off of Yoru, whether it was a Russian sleep experiment, you know, threatening with the scholarship, whatever the case may be. But it had to be drastic measures, because this is the second map in a row this guy has not locked it in, and it just seems unheard of, all things considered. But, I mean, hey, we will take it, because guess what? I mean, if Boise State kicks things off like this and they keep this momentum running, they could be in a really good spot, at least in the middle of the bracket for this stage. And they are kicking things off hot and heavy once again here on Bind. Already a 5v1 situation where it is nothing but Pat looking to go for the retake, looking to meet Boise State, and I doubt they're going to give that to them. I'm already expecting, I mean, it's flashing before my eyes. I see a 0 and a 1. That's the whole scoreboard, but I'm already seeing 10 on Boise State's side.
Yeah, that is about as gorgeous of a pistol round as you could ask for, and we don't really like to look too deeply at pistol rounds, right? But the way that they were able to set up a perfect flash into elbow, not just in one player's there, but actually 3 players through there to drive the force back into outer hall and into metal. All of these little things are tone setters and trend setters, and they give us a clue and an inkling to how we're going to continue to see this Boise State offense kind of work around and brew up these confrontational fronts. And I think for the side of Ohio State, they need to be able to look at that just the same and be like, wow, they are really aggressive. They really like playing into this one. The only time I'm expecting them to really shift away from that one would be, yes, this bonus round where they have weapons, so they don't want to get too close. They want to play to the strengths of their guns. But man, how many times are they going to bring out something as crazy as that? Bring out something as dangerous as that as you go for the gate crash to get information through the B side TP, get back up now into the A side heaven. It's a gamble of 4 players here on the A side. It will pan out for them as Boise State are in fact looking at prime to go this way. Classic in hand for Waldy, and it still isn't enough. That random hipfire from Skies connects, gets the shot out. Ohio State left with only 3. They have line of sight maybe in here towards into Lamp to try to get a fight going that way. Master and Daimyo, though, have great covering there. It's KOS for a crossfire to Patience, and Dez is alone now up in heaven. The first to be spotted in this round by Boise State, and the last one to stay alive up above, waiting for a chance to maybe get one more player knocked off the board. But Skeletons wants full HP before they do that, and they will get the kill to secure at that distance with a Spectre.
Well, folks, I understand that we're sitting here casting and talking about it and giving you all these audio cues for the game at hand, but I mean, you still got to watch because you look away for a second and next thing you know, Boise State's already on site. You missed the entirety of the pre-round because, I mean, the second time over, obviously they have a weapon advantage in that last round to kind of give themselves all that emphasis, all that kind of momentum to push their way onto site. But, I mean, it should be able to carry just once again in a round like this where, sure, they don't really have the best weapons, all things considered, compared to what Ohio State is bringing. But, I mean, talk about the aggression. I mean, they have CQB guns. They have these close-quarter ballistics, and they have this just kind of overwhelming aggression, which is going to put those guns in a situation where they should be able to find themselves a couple kills. And knowing the numbers advantage is already in their favor with that 4-2 present on that B site, you should be looking fine and dandy if you really commit to it.
Oh, it's a pretty far forward position already being held by Boise State's offense. A lot of control here inside of mid, and the attempted fight to maybe stray away from B long. They will have a little bit more to counteract that if you're Ohio State, now knowing you have weapons in your hands, but there's still plenty in Boise State's because of the lack of success in round 2. Isotopic will likely be the first to peek here. Calls out they want to have maybe something a little bit deeper to peek through there if required. They'll have a high-low setup inside of Garden. Skies wants to move through Hookah with 3 teammates behind him, ready to go. Double dash out for the Waylave Skies. Gets shot now from Garden. Wants to retrack, but doesn't have it done in time. Dez and Isotopic get the first 2 to open things up, and Boise State need to make recovery frags and fast. And Master, wow, does it again. This player is just so darn good. And they secure now an even 3 versus 3. Left. Yes, Spike is still fairly far away, Dallas, from being able to be put down safely. You still have Waldy now inside Cubby. You have one player back outside Halls, watching by the doorway. Waldy gets one before falling. It's still reclaimable by Ohio State, but they've got to go fast, and unfortunately, Bot goes before their teammate is here, leaving just Pat alone in this dire 1v2 that, frankly, I would not fear any person stepping into this one, but having to do this against 2 solid Boise State players, one being Master, who's already gotten themselves 2 to open things up, is a hard spot to be, and Skeletus is toying with their food, having spotted them moments before that, waiting and taking the shot to go 3-0.
Just seeing how things are going. I mean, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, talking about this Boise State squad on the attacking side, knowing that that last round could have gone in their favor, and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. I mean, the shot calls, almost like they're listening in on us, knowing that, hey, you got the player advantage, you got the aggressive guns, go ahead, just get in there, because the longer and slower you play, I mean, that's just going to go ahead and give Ohio State that much more leeway, just kind of say, hey, time's ticking in our favor. We have these kind of lineups that are just going to be more so favored towards the weapons that we have in hand. But in a round like this, guess what? You got number sheriffs. There's, I mean, a lot of favorable positions for the sheriff, but I mean, still consider that you now got the upgrades, the Phantom in hand. We see that exchange being made once more, but it is Boise State who is faulting at the line of scrimmage to the hands of Bot again and again.
All right, fire goes down, an attempt to stall. Boise State left with just 2. Beautiful from Ohio State up to this point to try to secure. There's the next frag to drop it just to a single digit for Boise State. That player is lagging behind and maybe could have been a lot closer to the fight, but call was made to sit a little bit more patient. Spike is totally unclaimable for the time being with how many numbers are there for Ohio State watching it. And Daimyo, really the senior for Boise State, Dallas, and the player to always keep an eye out for on this roster to kind of lead the charge for them with that years of experience and coaching they've done for them previously. Has a hill in front of them to climb and could be a moment to consider as a tactical timeout instead, but they'll go down, and Ohio State will have pulled off a major round recovery to finally get themselves on the board for a 3-1 split.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing that last round, I think what that was more so a shot call from Ohio State, knowing that it looks like Boise State's conditioning them to kind of go back and forth. We're going to the B side, going to the A side, going to the B side, going A side. And especially in a round where you have better weapons, I mean, it fully expects, say, hey, why not? Why would Boise State not swap it up? Why would they just kind of do this as a curveball round where they're going somewhere else? And even if they end up losing the round, it makes it a pretty easy investment to say, why not just full stack over towards this A side? Why not just have all the guys there? Because if we end up losing it, we're already on Nico anyway. I think they're going to be hot regardless. And well, here we go. This is a swap up I was talking about. Finally doubling down on the site, going back towards A, which is kind of funny considering that it felt like they were much stronger on that B side up against that Silo Viper, but when they lost that player towards that long, B long section, I mean, I think that was an easy cue for them to go somewhere else. But still, I mean, in a 3v4 scenario, you were going into a place where things already aren't towards your favor. But hey, Masters kind of cooking on the keyboard today, and well, even having a second life to play with, maybe you can get the job done like that.
Oh, it's always unfortunate to see the damage be dealt just enough where they get the gate crash out and their death is actually where the gate crash was pulling them back to. That's how close that title was, but Boise State will gladly take the kill off towards Dez. Masters on site. Really close call. Thankfully, KOS is there. But a sneaky move in from Bot. And now the not dead yet from Master could set things up quite nicely. They'll have to get an assister kill here quickly, though. They're pushing into Waldy, but Waldy's already gotten two. And the third will not elude them. It's a 1v2 now on site for B. The 1v1 until you can get that second player over there. And Skies clutches up onto Isotopic Hero. And you have Waldy having to get a fourth kill in this round to be the hero for Ohio State and make it 2 in a row and really set up a Ohio State first half on defense because they struggle to get those rounds at all in that first map. They'll need it here. Waldy gets the initial piece. Guys take damage to the wall. Doesn't matter. You may have popped him through 2, but you couldn't get him out in the open if you tried. It's 4-1. Boise State continue to climb higher.
Even then, I mean, I like the positioning there. Playing on the top of that tube, so in that, okay, I have a singular spot on my body that you can shoot, and you have a Phantom. So there's a chance that you don't even get that with that one shot that does spray randomly into my head, the kill off the back of it. But even then, still, you look at on the other end of what you were facing as a player planting from Sky's POV there. I got an entire body to shoot against. You are going to be moving one way or the other to dip out of this fight, which lets me know where you're going to be coming from. But even then, the full commit was there. And still a secondary player go from that same exact route. You're just warmed up by then.
That will go ahead and work alongside a little bit more assistance to try to get some initiator utility quickly through the shower side, but we just have prongs there, right? They're just leaving some individuals to maybe be a constant threat and thorn.
Heal up, squad.
I would think the major concern for the side of Ohio State is just to continue to hold on to Showers and make sure they have this as a way to deny that tertiary push coming from Boise State. They don't want 2 prongs to this push. They want it to be very flat, one-dimensional, force them to have to use nothing but utility like arrays, having to boost back deeper into lamps, having to waste all of the utility to close that gap, and having really nothing left in that back pocket, so they're only a gun-up person for that remainder of time. In a matchup where guns haven't been the deciding factor, that could be the biggest factor for wins. But it will be Waldy opening up for that first blood, a second into Master, and they get 2. I'm seeing flashbacks now at this point here, Dallas. It's Ohio State struggling to shut down one man. Skies goes above and beyond to make sure they get that refrag back here towards Bot. And, well, your last player left standing, the one who just took down Master and was able to shut down that push to B, guess what? None of it matters. It was an A-sided take from the beginning from Boise State. They forced you to rotate. They forced you to TP, and you bit the bullet too hard, leaving you now in a 2v1.
Able to stop one man's a bit of an underestimate there. I mean, I feel like Skies and Master, at least on this map so far, have been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there's so much more to go.
One enemy remaining.
Cursed once more, but I mean, all things considered, I mean, just beautiful looks here from Boise State as an entire unit. I mean, everybody's doing their own part, pitching in, trying to do whatever they can to kind of play this denial, kind of really swap things up. But I mean, here you go. Just final seconds ticking. Ohio State Isotopic in a really bad situation, understanding, oh man, this is my last little bit of utility, everything I got, including the ultimate, but what do you know? It's Ohio State. They just don't really have an answer for Boise State and the Tejo. That's a lie. That's the one agent that doesn't care what you're doing. He has so much utility that can just go through walls, tag you out, deal damage, stun, and, I mean, essentially get in for free.
Timeout will be called, and this was the same thing we had mentioned. Ohio State, at the end of Map 2, called their timeout maybe a little bit late after seeing, what was it, 5 successive rounds in a row, if not 6 from Boise State to make the recovery at the, third round and beyond of that second half. So they're calling it early here. Yes, it's 5-1, but this is the right time to do it. You're halfway through the first half. Mistakes were made, but you have some really close calls. That's now 2 rounds in a row now where it's come down to 1v2s and 1v1s. Ohio State just needs to close down those simple mistakes early. Don't let these individuals show up and be powerhouses, and let this timeout be the same way it was at the end of that first half where they made the next round be fast. They quickly closed in. They actually were near flawless in the result for it. They couldn't close out the second one thereafter, or the third one thereafter before Boise State sends it out of the first map. So timeout called. My idea in my mind is a total shift in where these players are lying. Not as early in these fights. If somebody loses their fight, don't always immediately pray that you're going to have a secondary player swing in for it. If you aren't building the 2-player push forward, don't anticipate that that second swing will be available 2 to 3 seconds after the fact. Boise State will be ready for that second swing if it doesn't come instantly. So if you have any sort of hesitation, any sort of buffer or gap between those 2 swings, don't go for it. Pull back, restabilize your defense, and work with the numbers you have past that point. And maybe, just maybe, don't try to peek into a long angle with 2 players watching down that lane to play for an overthrow battle.
Yeah, well, the battle occurred. Boise State, well, kind of came with a leg up on it as expected. I mean, seeing the way they're just kind of taking these fights more times than not, if they have at least 2 players there, it's just about that mental fortitude and that confidence, knowing you got that backup, knowing you got that trade no matter what happens. And, yeah, well, Ohio State had a player squeak out from it, just barely with their life, but still a life nonetheless that can maybe get something done here on the retake, because it looks like the engage and all the emphasis of the spike being planted is moving towards this right half of the map, and with Boise State just making sure to take every single angle to knocking down any players and not stop them.
Poison Cloud goes down to make sure you can secure nobody inside lamp. You'll throw the molly down if your bots try to give yourself a little bit of a buffer, but it's the fallback that's being made, and Skies is a menace. I have to refrain myself from saying what I really like to call him. It's a demon in the field right now. Like, this player just wants to push forward absolutely everything, and the great part about it for Boise State is they're feeding this beast, right? The team is allowing this to happen. The team is built around this unit up front of Skies, and, well, we feel like it could be literally anyone for the side of Boise State with the way they play sometimes, whether it's Skelesis, who was our highlight player we wanted to talk about early, whether it be Master, who's been going crazy in these 1v2s and more and clutching up these moments. They really say this duelist we're building around, this duelist we want to function around. We are going to make sure that this team is able to uplift this player, which was kind of the talking point we had just yesterday, actually, in that Maryville game. They build around a system unit, they build around a system player, and they make sure that at any moment that player can go crazy and go off and secure themselves around victory, or at the very least, open it up for the rest of the team to then capitalize for that round victory.
Yeah, I mean, Boise State's system's been looking a little bit different. I mean, all things considered. I mean, obviously, it's Ohio State here for the starter, more evenly matched teams, I would say, between the two. But, I mean, in the entirety of the bracket, besides what I could say is maybe Stony Brook and St. Clair and then Winthrop and Maryville. But, I mean, looking at these two, this just shows vast improvement of what Boise State is capable of right off the rip. Because considering what we saw last season, kind of a slow start, trying to get the hang of things, trying to find this little wind-up stage for them, it seems like right here, right now, obviously they're on the attacking side, so exactly where they want to be on a map that isn't their own selection. But, I mean, making sure to really pander towards their entire strengths. And you see that strength just completely manhandling the likes of Ohio State thus far.
Plant will go down. 2 players left in a defender spawn. Isotopic does scrape away 1, and a second will be levied. But unfortunately, Skies not only shuts you down, but also takes your teammate a pat instantly there after the fact to secure themselves their 3 kills of that round. 7-1 right now. The last time we saw here in Division 1 a bind that was so lopsided was in the grand finals of all things here, folks, where it actually ended 13-0 in Maryville's favor and is what started their comeback in that St. Clair battle in our grand finals of the first split to then make the return after being down 2-0 to win 5-3 in the grand final. So, while not as much of it will matter, it would need to be Ohio State to make the comeback here and win in that big of a measure to say, hey, the third map is ours, we're making that recovery. Boise State are trying to make their presence known really early in this split, and they were a team that we kind of were super iffy on overall through the scope of last split, saying, hey, they're really good, but are they good enough to take down these teams? If they keep playing like this, I think it is absolutely up in the air. It is truly a testament to what they've done improvement-wise over this the last 2 to 3 months. This is leaps and bounds impressive more than it was, week 2 last time we saw them face this Ohio State roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Yoru pick, as good as it was, we talked about the substance it provided, the amount of just utility and presence that it put in the server, and, well, it felt the Yoru was just kind of there for the vibes, but when you look at the likes of the Clove, it's always going to be everlasting. It's going to be present. Even when you're dead, you can smoke things up.
One enemy
Boise
remaining.
State don't even really need the smokes right now. They are just shooting free players out in the open, just ready for anything that comes their way. Get that spike down, have those 2 weapons in hand. They don't even really need to use them. They're just waiting for this pitch to come through for Isotopic to swing out and, well, maybe find the kill.
Isotopic will go hard for it, but unfortunately, You call it. It's just going to go in Boise State's favor. 8-1 now your score, and you have ultimates, right? You have 4 for your Ohio State, but you've got 3 that can greatly counter a lot of that if you're Boise State. And keep in mind that Skelisys' ult here, the Annihilation, is also very powerful on the defensive side of things, especially if it's an Ohio State quick push in through A short. Can essentially stall out a lot of that. And at the rate that we're going here, Dallas, they only are going to need 1 or 2 more rounds going into that second half to secure themselves either match and series point or just the victory in the first place. So Ohio State, you've got 4 rounds to really make this recovery, really 3 rounds to really make this recovery. You need to win, I would argue, 2 of these next 3 to really have the best shot at it. You have to start that with first bloods, and you need to do that by shutting down Master, who has a perfect visual on you right now, and will make sure that that first blood goes their way. And a second, not a third! It just can't keep happening! They'll use the convergent pass. Why was there even a need for it? It doesn't matter. Everyone is dead. Master is going crazy, and this player does not care what Ohio State are bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's at that point where they're just kind of really moving salt into that wound, man. Just really pushing the problem here for Ohio State, where it feels like, obviously, Ohio State is aware they can win this game. I mean, any team can win any game at any point in time, but, I mean, there's kind of a double-edged sword to this situation where, hey, you got a really long way to go to catch up in this map, but, hey, if you do end up doing that, I mean, sure, we're considering the next 13 for the next map to end up actually giving yourself the win. But, it's just right now, putting that mental weight on these players, letting them know that it is such a far-fetched goal that don't even think about the scoreline at the top. Just take it 1 round at a time. And right now, you need to worry on, well, doubling your scoreline, finding that number 2. You have 4 ultimates on the board. You got to get yourself present here.
Well, another chance to talk things through, and I'm going to be totally frank with you, Dallas. I said you needed 2. I said you needed 2 more round wins. These are your last 2 chances to do it. You have 1 ultimate that was burned out of the pocket of Boise State. You could argue, hey, that's pretty good. We have less to fear for that. But the Annihilation arguably does the same thing in terms of clearing out that space. And you still have to worry about, well, Master, who is so good about staying alive and getting the kills in the first place, that now also has Not Dead Yet still available to them, that they can come back to life and continue to take these fights, right? They're essentially a 1-man army, but it's now turned into a 2-man army with the ability to resurrect. And then the toxic Viper's Pit that can be laid down onto these sites, you just can't even let them get to a plant. You have to stall them. And I think that's why we're seeing Ohio State go so deep into this hookah side, whether it be based on limitations of weapon or because they want to take the fight to them as quick as possible and isolate in a 4v1, a 5v1, doesn't matter. They'll lose out of the first blood. A second one falls. Daimyo is still standing. How is Daimyo still standing? Eventually their head gets lopped off. Master the crossfire. Sheriff out for Dez. Dez collects it. Does Master use the Not Dead Yet? They opt to go for it. Time will be touching the swing. Dez gets a gun! Gets it! Now 3 for Dez. It's 2 versus 2. Ohio State has taken down the raid boss that is Master. They have no idea where they're currently heading into because it's a spike plant on A, 1 up inside heaven, and the one thing I called about not wanting to let them get the spike down in the first place, the Viper's Pit is online, and this site is under claim and control of Boise State with 2 very low on HP, not even 50 HP collectively between the 2 of them still standing, but Isotopic lucks out. KOS shoots the wall behind him, gets the victory, and now it's just Skelisys up above. Salvo, do you stick it to Havoc? Doesn't do much damage. He'll do it to confirm it. Dez now wants to move in. The Annihilation will give them plenty of time to step in after it goes through. That Skelisys has a perfect angle and 1 bullet guarantees double digits, in Boise State going so darn positive into the second half.
And that's the beauty of rounds like that when you have such an advantage over your opponent there. Ohio State obviously frantically doing whatever they can to manage themselves some kind of relevancy in a round like that. But Boise State, obviously, spike already down, already in a post-plant situation, had the player set up where they need to be. But even more so, you know that so much damage was done. That's why Master went for the Not Dead Yet there. I mean, it was so simple. You just find a spray, get any shot on the 2, and it should be a kill. Unfortunately, just doesn't find that, but you still delay time. You still put that pressure on him by the time the actual rotation does come through. You run into a Viper's Pit, just layer after layer. But unfortunately, in this round, post-plant isn't in play, and players aren't alive to shoot back. It is a 1v5 within a matter of like 20 seconds.
This is what Ohio State were trying to do at the beginning of that last round, right? Trying to play through that mid lane into short on B.
Yeah, it's a gamble.
Trying to fight earlier. It is truly a gamble. You don't expect Daimyo to go crazy. Daimyo, by the way, in that moment has 4 players actively looking at them. Gets 1 kill, falls back without dying, barely taking any damage. Reswings, gets a 2nd kill, then falls back again and barely gets taken down by Dez with a flick to the head on a sheriff shot while they were just getting out of space inside of Spices. All of these are little moments that just kind of are saving, I won't say saving, but kind of elevating Boise State to that next level. These big players taking big moments, even though Daimyo hasn't been this standout fragger right now. Not even in the first map, not even in the second map. They're at the bottom of the pack, doesn't matter. They're big when it matters to the team, and it puts, you know, big moments for Ohio State required even more from these players. I just don't see them coming up with those victories the same way they were on their attack over on map 1. So they now have to flip the head. It's attack on map 2, and they're 8 rounds down between them.
And the pistol round was also flawless for Boise State. So, I mean, clearly they're feeling warm when it comes around to having these kind of budget weapon options. And I don't know. I mean, squeaking through, they're going to see that one singular player over towards that shower section of the map. That's going to cue a little bit of a rotate. They're going to think that, okay, even with this Viper wall, that we got the wraparound. We got these guys locked up. But it's a total feint. Guess what? Gate crash, B site. Hey, we're over here. Had fun with this retake, but keep in mind that puts Boise State technically on the attacking side with that spike down, and that's the last place you want.
Spike planted.
Full push in for Ohio State. All 5 still standing for both teams. With Hookah now having 2 players to contest, it'll be an interesting split up for Boise State to try to retake this. 1 player coming from Courtyard, that is Master. We'll have to do with Waldy. Nobody's in Garden, the side of Ohio State. In fact, 3 players are deep inside Hall to try to take early pressure towards defender spawn. That gamble only pays for 1. It's a matter of the players now on site needing to survive the Hookah pressure, and they are doing so well. Daimyo gets the only successful kill for Boise State. Skelesis drops. Daimyo now needs to get 4 more, be an ace required of them. They'll get a 2nd, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter. It's a pistol round. Their consolation kills. Get your ult a little bit faster, but Ohio State will now collect the first 2 rounds in a row they've gotten in this entire map to this point to get their 3rd win.
Yeah, not enough utility to really get the job done there, and even more so, not really too much on the board now in the hands of Ohio State, besides just a little bit of an upgraded in guns. Seeing that still, regardless of the money that was kind of looking a little bit fainted, I mean, they're still looking to have a Phantom and a Vandal pull out here. They're trying to, once again, kind of do the same thing that Boise State employed during their first half. Try to not play for the 2nd, try to play for the 3rd. Expect these players to overwhelm you. Expect these guys kind of go towards longer angles. And Ohio State, as we saw earlier, I mean, on the attacking side, they get to dictate where these fights take place. They don't want to go for the aggressive option. They don't want to go for these Spectres. They don't want to push the problem like we saw during that first half. They want to play it a little bit more slow and steady, see what Boise State gives them, see if they kind of overexert themselves. But I think that's the last thing that this team of all of them will do.
Guys will play up close here in Gubby. You're absolutely right, but will still turn away for an Ohio State victory in the first blood department. 1 more in Covey. Wow, look at that shot towards box and crate. Ohio State's speed is going to pay them out for another round win. Will it be flawless? And it will be. So we've seen Ohio State get flawless round wins, and then the very next one, Boise State come around to blow them out of the water. I don't anticipate that will be the case because, look, rifles will start to drop in Boise State's hand for the second half. But it's hard to imagine. Keep in mind, if you push a site that fast, Dallas, and this is kind of this devil's advocate, right? This is this monkey paw scenario. You push a site that fast, there's only going to be 2, maybe max 3 players on that site unless Boise State decides to send all 5 to one objective and gamble. You're going to have a numbers advantage. And as long as you're clicking heads more accurately, you should be able to win out in those moments and then play for that post plant. But they can't do that every single time because just a little bit of utility in the game of Valorant can be the ultimate undoer of all of that. A molly, an annihilation out of a Teo, a salvo, anything, right, can stall out that push and make it impossible to survive it with just one player's utility doing all the speaking for you. Speaking of speaking, 762 is pretty darn loud, and Skies make sure that their first one is there, and there's that Bucky to shut them down after the fact, giving Ohio State the lead.
Yeah, I mean, not really the raise of the judge like we're so used to seeing for such a long time, but still its own little kind of impromptu version of it. But Skelesis is here on the flank, maybe have the window of opportunity to get the job done, to maybe kind of make things crazy, but falls just a little bit short. Does nothing but open up the B site for the rest of these Ohio State players to just flood on over, tuck tail, and maybe do something a little bit different. Dez going to stick behind. I mean, we know this guy. We know what he does. He likes to go ahead and create that chaos, and that's why this agent is so much better for him, but still doesn't really find the kill that he's looking for. So a little bit of damage, making their job, if they do want to go for this retake, that much more difficult.
That will go ahead and have a good lockdown towards this B side. Bot will get the spike down, and if you're the two remaining for Boise State, just why waste the guns, right? Like, there's really no need to extend away from this. Attack timeout without needing to really call attack timeout. You got the 30 seconds to spike detonation to really consider what's working for you. If you're Ohio State, Dallas, do you push for these kills, or do you hold back and just say we'll take our victory where we can and just continue to hold on to credits, especially with the scoreline already being double digits for Boise State?
You know the majority of these guns are already not going to be bought up again because this is the round they finally managed to get enough money from a loss streak. I mean, that's just a definitive, obviously, don't go hunting, because even if you do end up dying, you're on a win streak, sure, but it's not going to be enough with the purchase of this round, depending on how many players ended up buying. I mean, if it's a debatable kind of situation, you're going to play it safe, and you'd rather just go with the no. But it seems like they're going to allocate at least some to doing it, some to maybe not doing it. Snakebite's going to at least flush a player out. Fine one, but here you go. You lost one in the process. I mean, it's an even exchange, comparable. I mean, obviously worth discussion, argument, but I mean, it's their decision at the end of the day. You knew that this round was going to be coming. You knew that Ohio State was going to have some players with money. More players who obviously have a lot more money. Good night. And, well, it's going to be Boise State looking to kind of play this weird, just mishmash of a defense here with the kind of guns in hand. But I'd be curious to see if they want to push this A side or really just kind of press the problem to it. I think Sky's obviously leaning towards that, but on the opposite end of the map of where the attackers are playing.
Push will go through B long. Don't touch the ult orb just yet. I want to give away full audio cue. Dez's shoulder hasn't been spotted. The smokes will give away information that it is a push here, though, into B. The KOS sneaks two with the Sheriff and looks for a third, and there it is! Shutdown King KOS puts Boise State on the map. Away from Idaho, and now back in control on Bind. Master knocks another one off the board, and it's a fourth! Buddy Ace, full house of cards in Ohio State. May have just made the ultimate mistake of not shutting down the hookah player of KOS. Boise State now get to face off with real rifles, so they get just did it with pistols. Everything that's coming to the table for Ohio State, and they will be that much closer to a Viper's Pit that could lock down a site, and they just need 2 more to finish this series.
Just 2 more ult pimps towards the Viper's Pit, 2 more rounds to finish things out. I mean, obviously, Boise State, I mean, that was a round that completely flipped this game on its head. I mean, you have a little bit of money remaining, and I mean, Ohio State can kind of buy in this round, but it's really questionable whether you want to. But knowing this team and how aggressive and how determined they are, just kind of really going full force whenever they can, they're going to press that W key. They're going to go for it. And, well, who else in Boise State had the guns ready and the sight lines just prepared for them to knock that first bird at the sky? Second player down as well. I mean, they just want to really tick that player count down. Give them the numbers, hear that spike go off, and say, well, dinner bell's ringing.
And that refract goes so far when you use the TV in the process of that dash. Master working in alongside KOS to secure patience after the kill. And Boise State will have the player advantage, but Ohio State will have full control now over the A site. And it's a matter about moving Dez in a spot where they're the most valuable. And they want to think that's out inside metal. KOS on the inside right doesn't assume it's Dez, thinking they'll go right up to heaven, but they don't. Great connection from Isotopic. The job is done. Boise State have secured match and series point now at 12-5. And Ohio State now need to play a flawless, casters don't do math here, but I think 7 rounds in a row, whatever it is, to secure even a chance to make it to overtime. And then play out to survive here for the very first week of Division 1. No one wants to start out the loser in week 1. But unfortunately, after every series someone does, and Ohio State will be the last one of the weekend to be doing so if they can't kick it into high gear here, and they're coming into this one with, well, maybe not even enough credits, Dallas, to fully buy out for a round.
Yeah, I mean, we see some desperate attempts. Obviously, Pat's going to have a gun to play with the 3750, but kind of figuring out whether or not you should be buying for teammates, what you need to be going with, what your teammates need to have. I mean, honestly, go ahead and get a Bucky in the hand of Pat. Find a shotgun of some kind. Just get this guy aggressive. Get him in there, but I don't know. Boise State just have a lot more.
These guys will quickly hide within that smoke. It's a smart play for Boise State to try to get up close as fast as possible. The unexpected, I think that's where a lot of Boise State's value has been in this series. Bot will stay low here on the barrels just to Make sure they can't be totally spotted. Hides now behind the crate. Good distraction for line of sight. The old jet tailwind combo gets you there, but unfortunately Boise State still has shooters standing. Daimyo gets close and personal, but Skelsis has this cross. Dez, this is your chance to shine. Gets the second 1v1. Last player coming from defender side. Spawn will move up towards heaven. Dez, 52 HP, will ready a gate crash to move on in towards B site instead if needed. And unfortunately, it may have been 13-5 the final score. KOS from up above will secure the final round win and kill to put Boise State into the lead. And they are coming into this split with a just vengeance in front of them. They are coming out with everything on the platter in week 1 and showing week 2, we wanted to win by a lot more in the first split. Week 1, we will in that second map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Bind looking primed here for the likes of Boise State, even then. Better yet, defense in general. I mean, that's been the kind of big hounding point for us of whether or not this team will wake up on the other side of the map. And it seems like, at least kind of, obviously, with the agent selection being a little more varied now, I feel like, of what they have at their disposal. But even more so, just kind of having an entire split to work on one thing. I feel that was kind of a good takeaway there, knowing that by the end of that split, they say, hey, guys, everybody's talking about our attack. Our attack is fine. Even if we don't really put all the emphasis on it, it will still be at least kind of middle of the road. It will be shared with everyone else by the point we get to the next split. What we need to put that emphasis on is the defense. And even then, if it's 2, 3 extra rounds, we saw that was a difference maker in Corrode. And here in Bind, that was just an absolute stomp of what they accomplished on that defense. Sure, they gave a little bit more up than what they did on the attacking side, but it was a nice way to say, hey, rather than 2 halves of the field, let's just do 2 halves of the year. Focus on one for each of those, and then surely by the time the second split rolls around, everything should culminate together and say, hey, we should be a much, much more fleshed out team by then.
It feels weird to rehash something that we talked about for Utah in the first series of the night, right? Where they're getting in the way of themselves, right? It feels the very same way right now for Ohio State. They are so good on the offense. There's no way to deny that. They're really clinical. I felt zero of the inconsistency issues that we were, saying was a big talking point through the entire first split, has been for this team for a while now, right? But I didn't feel that. I was actually very impressed. We talked about it in Corrode. I was loving every moment of that series. It was really close. It was neck and neck. Boise State comes out barely the victor at the end of it. Map 2, though, turns the other way, and it's not a matter of being different from Map 1, because I truly don't feel that they reflected in this opposite direction or regressed in their capabilities. No, I think that they just are in their own way defensively. Like you were saying, their defense doesn't even get, pale in comparison to what their offense is capable of doing. They started off on the wrong side for it, and their defense can't survive a second half anyways, and the offense couldn't get through a Boise State defense that looks so much better than it did the last split, where we already knew Boise State's offense was good. Now they're showing up with a defense. What the heck are we supposed to do now, right? Like, that's the argument for it. So we need to see that same level of growth now from Ohio State that we've obviously now seen from Boise State on that defensive side of the department. Focus those VOD reviews on that. Don't let your offense regress, but if it does mean letting your offense get a little bit less efficient, 5%, 10% less efficient, to allow that defense to go 50 to 60% more efficient, my goodness, take that sacrifice every day of the week, because it's the one thing holding you back right now, it feels like, for Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, seeing what Ohio State's doing, I mean, they always had that potential, and even more so, they have, spotlight players over and over again. You look at the kind of players when they were on the attacking side, when they did get to manage to get those, it was still Dez, it was still Bot. I feel like those kind of two, hand in hand, just really find the majority of those kills, but still, in the big scheme of it, you got to have everybody really step up, and I mean, it felt like there was a little bit more highlights available on the side of Boise State, obviously, because they played the majority of this entire series on the attacking side, so they had a bit more time to highlight what they were capable of. But I mean, we had a lot more moments where it felt like, oh my goodness, Skies, oh my goodness, Master, oh my goodness, everybody was kind of doing something. Even then, Cost there towards the end, I mean, just over and over again where it feels like, okay, there's at least, just naming the guys side by side, 2 compared to 3. That's one more player who's just pitching a much bigger weight to kind of share that spotlight with you. And while, you have roles and people that are okay with being on the sidelines while setting things up. Like, for every good play, you got to have the prop people. I mean, they got to make sure the stage is set. They got to make sure everything's going to be in play for those people who can really be in that spotlight and really excel in that. And it feels like Ohio State doesn't really... It feels like the guys who are on the sidelines, they want to help out, but they really want to be there too. They want to have a larger main cast.
Well, main cast aside, we're about to have an interview with one of those players from the main cast right now at Boise State, but that'll come in after a break. Big congratulations to them for the victory. Before we send y'all over to that one, it's been a pleasure to be here across the two series we've seen today, the one we had yesterday.
Right.
It is great to have Division I be back in action, both in the Valorant side of things and I guess League of Legends side of things there as well, if that's your, piece of cake you like to eat and enjoy. But hopefully you like both. You get all flavors of pie across the board. We're going to take a break. We're going to interview with one of the Boise State players right after this. Don't go anywhere. Let's poke at the minds of the winning team.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
People don't like to talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need more defense for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for writing many tracks. Give 1 point, that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pour ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played with my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All in the way I say, 'cause I know that you envelop me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, 'cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same thing.
Cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pour ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got ourselves KOS, the monster themselves, in the way that they were able to display their prowess on map 2 and throughout map 1. Yeah. How are you doing tonight? Congratulations on y'all's victory.
Doing great, doing great. I'm happy with the outcome for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all are. Y'all had a little bit of a tougher time in week 2, still came at the victor in that first split against this roster of Ohio State, but y'all came in on a different level. And the way that we were highlighting it on broadcast was the difference was not in your attack, because that was always really good. We always were complimenting Boise State's attack, but actually in y'all's defense that has improved leaps and bounds. What has really been the deciding factor for that? What has given you all this defensive edge that we're seeing come alive in this second split?
Yeah, I think overall as a team, we've kind of changed our philosophy and realized that we really need to start playing more together to win out these rounds and trading and doing that versus just taking ones, especially against really good aimers, really good players that Ohio State does have. When we play together, we'll win.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, seeing it, especially, I mean, obviously in Bind, when you guys playing a little more together, I'd say. Corrode feels a little convoluted at times. Bind is kind of, hey, hit TPs together. Hey, go, run the horses as fast as you can wherever we're going to be going as one collective unison. And obviously, I saw y'all kind of collecting underneath that sky, kind of reinvigorate, saying, hey, we're just going to go ahead and, play together on that. But even then still, I mean, that philosophy, do you feel like the playbook has kind of had to alter a little bit to really complement that play style, or are you guys more so just kind of shifting things, making small little tweaks to say, okay, it all still worked out fine, but we just gotta, maybe swap it up to a degree?
Yeah, I think it really comes down to just those small tweaks, because we'd have rounds where they're just so close and we could pull away, but it always goes down to the fundamentals and just staying disciplined and not over peaking, playing together, making sure we're trading. And I think this semester for sure we're starting to really dial in on that, since now we have a sort of understanding of how we want to play maps, what compositions we want to play, and that sort of base level. Now we can focus on how we actually execute that.
Well, one of the big things I feel like we noticed, I kind of noticed the lack of, but we actually were really happy with that result when we were saying things we want to see improve for this Boise State roster over, the break and the winter break as a whole, was not really being so reliant on the Yoru one trick that we saw was so prevalent for your team and roster right in that last semester. We felt like works well in some maps, but then on other maps just felt like it was more of an inhibitor over you than anything else. Y'all have completely strayed from that. Y'all didn't play it across either of the maps. In fact, it was played against you on that first map, right? Y'all had to deal with that. How is that shift? Was that the conscious effort of y'all really try to drive away from just being stuck into this rut where people can really notice how you play and, adjust upon you knowing what's going to come ahead of them? Is this some decision made from out of your control as Doc finally cracked down on you guys and said, please stop with the Yoru one tricking? Like, what drove this factor?
We like the Yoru. He has a lot of stuff that he brings, but one of our players, Master or Wyatt, he's just insane on Clove. It's one of his best characters, and so we just decided, we play best when we're comfortable, and the composition at the end of the day, you can win with really anything. So we decided, throw him on Clove and let him do his thing.
Well, it's worked. Unfortunately, I believe Dallas has decided he's just going to stick to mogging the camera for the time being. He's unfortunately unable to refresh back into the VMix for what it is. We'll blame inclement weather, even though it's not really that bad. It's just cold where we live. But I'll ask the final question here, but I'll give you a chance to step on a platform and decide. Now that you've taken down an opponent that, was really preying on your downfall at the end of last split, it was a decider between, them and you in playoffs. If you had to, beat Utah in that last week, what are your expectations for your team now with the huge improvement we've noted for you heading into the rest of this split?
For our team personally, and I think the team agrees, I think, we'll be one of those teams that will definitely be able to take off some maps or even, win some games against these higher teams. Last semester, we were able to take a map off St. Clair, and, if things go the way they did today, we can definitely get win a game off of them or West Virginia, these other teams for sure.
Yeah, I think every team is showing improvement, but I think you guys have impressed us wildly with the way that you have improved. I'm sure Dallas would nod his head and agree with me down below, but unfortunately he'll take a little bit longer to get back into this one. So I'll give you a chance here to shout out who you're thankful for. I know that you probably want to stay in this as long as possible because Doc is making y'all do push-ups for every round you've lost. So I'm sure we can hold you a little bit longer, but I'll give you a chance to stand in a platform, shout out who you're thankful for, your family, your friends, your coaching staff, your school, everything. Here's your chance now.
Yeah, just shout out to the team. They played great today. Overall, we were able to just, stay together, play together, And then personally, I got to shout out my mom and dad. They're always supporting me, and my girlfriend, of course. But yeah, overall, I'm happy with the result.
All right, well, glad to hear it. It's been a really great interview. I think we've had a great time with you here, and I think that you can now go celebrate with your team on the floor doing push-ups.
Oh, yeah.
As Doc stands over you, making sure you do so. You said 100 push-ups for every round loss?
Push-ups for every round loss. It'll take us a while, but we'll get it done.
Yeah, you'll get there. You said Crow doesn't count, thankfully, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
Crow
it's
doesn't
their
count?
map pick. It's their
Okay.
map pick.
You'd be looking at 1,000+ push-ups.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
one.
bit too many. That's a bit too many.
I think that's more of a traditional
hey,
sports
500 will
bonus.
take some time, you know. But we'll get it done. We'll get it done.
You'll get it done. You'll get it done. You'll look real swell by the time the next
Oh,
league
yeah.
comes
Oh, yeah.
around for the next year. Because y'all are fairly young roster, bar I believe what Daimyo, right? Who's the oldest player on your team? Oh, you do have Skies, who's a Masters program.
Oh
now.
yeah, yeah.
You know, it is what it is. We'll see him around for a long time coming, and we'll hopefully see Boise State continue to do great. Thank you very much, KOS, for joining us in the interview. I appreciate having you here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With that being said, as they send back to the caster at this point, I think we have to shout out everybody for tuning in and watching at this point here for Division 1 for the Valor side of things. It's been a long day, but it's been a long time coming to see Division 1 back on your screens and back in action for these players. So many improvements. Still another game to go. I believe is actually scheduled for next Friday. That Stony Brook and Winthrop game that had gotten unfortunately delayed thanks to the bad weather that came in, and they didn't want to have the Stony Brook players come into the into the facility with all the really bad weather. It's really dangerous out there still. So stay safe, everybody, and thank y'all very much for tuning in. We'll see y'all Friday, Sunday, and Monday going into next week to continue the rest of the action. My name's Infernosis. I'm joined here by Dallas. Unfortunately, still having those connectivity issues, but we'll see you guys in for the next one. Stay tuned for more. Love ya. Good night.
One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, waiting on you. Yeah, I've been waiting on your call. I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, voice somehow. Yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey, let's get connected. 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 Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left with. Connected. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my electric.